There we go. Everyone say hi to YouTube. Hi VOD Squad, I forgot to start the VOD. We've just been chatting for a little bit. You haven't missed nothing. So yeah, I took the train over, walked a little bit, went into the store. You know, still had to wait in line to check out, but once that was done, I just left. I just walked back to the train and got back to my car, and you know, much shorter drive, much better traffic. I was like, this is good. This was a good plan. So yeah, it was a pretty good day yesterday. I did some yard work. We got the last of the raking done. The trees have shed all their leaves, so I think we're good for the rest of the year. We just need to get it, you know, taken away. So we still got a couple of piles in the yard, but it's nothing too crazy. So I did that. Did a little bit of exercising. I've been doing the PT exercises that the doctor gave me. My butt's sore. Which is to be expected, right? A lot of what this is trying to do is train the muscles to move in a better way so that it doesn't cause the rubbing, which is causing the pain and stiffness. But, you know, it means I gotta work the muscles in particular ways, and they're going, ow. Turns out, targeted exercises, they can wear you out pretty quickly. But I think it's working. I think it is going well. So yeah, did that, got the monitor. I ended up playing a lot more Star Citizen than I meant to, because I got to the final mission. I think it's the final mission in the ASD facilities, the ones that we were playing on Thursday. So I cleared that mission. You know, I got to the reactor, we were doing the EVA stuff. Unfortunately, so what I thought I had to do was, you know, take out some of the guys in the radiation suits and then take one of them and put the radiation suit on, and that would make it safer for me to navigate the space. Unfortunately, you can't actually loot them for their armor, so it's just a get to cover mechanic, right? You have to have a barrier between you and the reactor whenever it releases its pulse, and if you miss that twice, you die. Honestly, that part of the mechanic is not that hard. All of the enemies are fucking sharpshooters and will just riddle you with bullets, and they spawn frequently enough, or they have spawn triggers frequently enough that trying to clear the room before you do the mechanics doesn't really work super well, which is annoying. So I got through the first mission that sends you to the reactor. I was able to clear it out and get the data from it and get out. But the mission after that, which rewards a shit ton of money, and I really want it because I want to get paid, basically has you go back through the facility and you have to do a bunch of puzzles, namely within the engineering wing, but there is a section in the research wing that you have to do once engineering is done. And those are, they are tough. They are definitely intended to be done by a group, right? So there's like a section that you have to repair a bunch of pipes and, you know, clear them out of what's the mineral buildup using a mining laser. But your progress will reset if you don't get it done within a specific period of time or a set period of time. So, you know, sort of ideally, each person will be responsible for a pipe, and then you would each do your pipe simultaneously. And, you know, it would make it much, much faster. Not required. It is not required. I was able to do all of the puzzles. It's just, you know, it gives you more wiggle room. So yeah, I think there were 3 puzzles. 3 puzzles to figure out. And then I got stuck on the reactor. I had to go back to the reactor, and there's a whole mechanic where you have to like go to each of the platforms that's around the reactor and flip a lever. And you have to do it in the right order within a time limit. And I don't know if the time limit is total or if it, you know, adds time back as you flip each lever. It seemed to be... I never felt like I was really pressed for time. It seemed to take pretty long, so that part was okay. The problem was the people that kept showing up, and I kept like having to stop and re-clear the platforms. And eventually I gave up last night where I had a platform clear, and so I jumped over to it, and as I landed, more people showed up and they just shot me, and I was like, all right, it's 12:30. I'm not gonna run this back. You know, thankfully, once you complete a puzzle, you don't need to do it again, right? So you do the first puzzle, you clear it. Even if you die and reset, you don't have to run the puzzle back. Unfortunately, howdy, Mitch. Happy Saturday. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, getting back to the reactor was faster. Just because I didn't have to do... All I had to do was run through the groups of enemies. I didn't have to solve the puzzles again. But that still took a while, and I was just like, I'll deal with this later. Unfortunately, because I quit the mission, I'm gonna have to accept the mission again, which means I will have to do all the puzzles a second time. So, I don't know, like, I'm not upset that it is a challenging mission. I don't want it where you can just sort of breeze through all of the content without it presenting any difficulty. It is indeed leftover season. Well, it's good to have you with us. I hope dinner is good. It's okay. So yeah, I don't know. I was a little frustrated. I kind of woke up in a bit of a bad mood, and I don't know if it was because of that or not, but it was definitely a bit of a sour note to end on, especially just because I had spent so much time, and I don't know. I won't say I have nothing to show for it, because there's a bunch of stuff that you can sort of loot on the way, right? I got a bunch of minerals that I can sell. I got some of the Valacar things I can sell. So, you know, there was a consolation payout of sorts, but it is a little annoying that after all that effort, I don't have, like... I didn't get the mission completed, and if I had gotten it done, I would have had about enough money to buy the next ship that I want to get. So, I'll try it again later. Obviously not today. There's not going to be time for it today, but I don't know. Like, on one hand... Okay, so here's the thing. Parents don't keep up with the brain. Honestly, that's a mood. I appreciate the programs like Discord let you edit stuff because you were like, that's not what I meant. Or me, I fat finger the apostrophes so often and hit enter at the same time and cut off my sentence halfway through that I just skip the apostrophe a bunch because I'm just like, I don't want to risk it. So when I started the vacation that I am on, I had about 7 works in progress. And that did not include the free run sketch that did not include the free run that we did on Tuesday. So let's see, of the 7, got one done. When did we do Amalia's? No, we finished that before I started vacation. So we got 1, 2. I think I got 4 completed. Yeah, I think 4 things are done. So 2 of them didn't really spend a lot of time on. The rest are getting close to done or are finished. So I feel better about that. I think we did get a lot completed. It's wild to me that November is almost over. We have tomorrow, and then it's officially the holidays, which is like, all right, yep, all the barriers are fallen, all the excuses are gone. Get festive. But I don't know. I do like the holidays. I just feel like the holidays should be December, right? Whole month, good, fine, no complaints. Just don't bleed out. Just don't bleed over into November. Yeah. Well, see, it's like, oh, nobody's watching. Now they can complete it. I just felt like the puzzle waited for you to leave, and then I was able to clear it, and the puzzle's just like, no one will ever believe you. No, it was just waiting so that I wouldn't have any evidence. Okay, that is the one thing. I did put up the Christmas lights on Wednesday. I went ahead and did that just because it's already so dark. I was just like, yeah, let's just put the lights up. It's time. It's fine. There's no issues with that. Whatever. But all the like dedicated Christmas decorations and such, I'm like, December. The music, December, if at all. But lights are fine, especially in the northern latitudes where I went to get my monitor. I left the house at 3 o'clock and it already felt super late in the day. I'm like, it's mid-afternoon, what the fuck? So I left at 3. It was about 5 by the time that I got back and the sun was gone. It was dark. And I'm just like, this kind of sucks. So, yeah, Christmas lights earlier, fine. I will concede that. Hell, if you want to put them up, do you have like a Halloween set or a Halloween color config? Because I know some people do like the RGB lights that you can change what colors they are. If you want to put them up for Halloween and theme them accordingly, fuck it, fine. But I don't know, like the trees and Santa stuff, I'm just like, no, you wait. But it's time. It's time. The turkeys are gone. I got enough. We got no more lines of defense. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I do like the holidays. I just feel like a month of it is enough, you know? But yeah, we have all the preparation. A lot of what I was trying to get done this week was the preparation stuff for next month for the stream. So, come Tuesday stream, we'll have all of our holiday decorations up. Which I guess means, yeah, this will be the last stream with our orange background, our fall background. Remember we were saying have Christmas lights and they got the wreath out and put it on the ground to plug it in. The test, my cat decided he wanted to be the center, so he jumped into the middle of the wreath and sat down while it was lit up. Finally, a throne deserving of my greatness. It is what I deserve. I see a little bit of flickering. Not like in the monitor, but it's like that weird thing where I wonder if it's a Discord issue. It's like the windows are trying to determine where they're supposed to be, and there's like too much space and they're getting confused. I don't know. It's probably fine. I'm just keeping an eye on the general performance and of everything. I was a little worried that bumping up to a 1440p monitor would have like a noticeable performance impact. Because I've heard 4K, that's a real problem, right? The 4K monitors are so like technically demanding that they like you can't run as much, and they don't run as well. I was kind of worried that I would see some drops with 1440, but so far it's been fine. I haven't had any issues with it. God, it's bright though. I opened a page with a white background and it's just like, ah! Oh, so that reminds me, because the page that I opened to, oh, yep, there it is. What is... Right. Something is being weird. I don't know what it is. Close that down, just in case. So I saw a bit of news earlier that was very funny to me. So I don't use Reddit anymore. Occasionally I will open Reddit trying to find answers to something, right? Like I browsed a couple Reddit discussions while I was shopping monitors. I will check Reddit for answers to a particular problem, stuff like that, right? But I do not browse Reddit on the regular anymore. I basically haven't since they dicked over the third-party apps, because the main place I was browsing it was on my phone, and then when the app became a pay model because they had to, I just stopped using Reddit. But so you know, you guys know how Reddit works, how it's set up, that there's essentially a bunch of like main subreddits, you know, the really big ones, the really popular ones, the sort of broad topic subreddits. Exactly. Yeah, it's like Google is just the search engine for Reddit. It's why Reddit never bothered to fix their own search algorithm, because they're like, you're just gonna Google it anyway. You'll get here through Google, it's fine. So one of the big subreddits is the art subreddit, right? People can post their artwork and share it and get well, not necessarily feedback, but you know, get eyes on it. So it should come as a surprise to absolutely no one, but the mod team has gotten some flack in the past for being a little power happy, for being a little egomaniacal, and just kind of wielding their authority without responsibility or proper, you know, respect for the impact that they can have. And just being generally very rude, very disrespectful, which I'm sure they get a lot of shit thrown their way too, and it should be remembered that being a mod for a subreddit is not a paid position. Reddit is not compensating them in any way to do that. So, you know, it's all volunteer work. But that said, if you're gonna, you know, take the position of being a mod, then you have a certain level of responsibility. Like, you are volunteering to take care of this community, right? That is on you. So there was another instance of drama a while back that went viral, but the one that happened more recently was someone posted a piece of work. Apparently they're a regular on the subreddit. It was a popular, you know, it was well received. And somewhere in the discussion, great power comes great responsibility. Exactly. If you're going to take on the responsibility of managing the subreddit, it is on you to accept that is something that you are going to be responsible for. So yeah, at some point during the discussions on this post, the subject of art prints came up. You know, getting a print of the work. I didn't see the post itself, but somebody, I'm assuming, asked the artist about the possibility of getting one. And so then, you know, the person responded about that, which apparently is a violation of one of the rules. You're not supposed to, like, use the subreddit to, like, promote on a commercial sense or a financial sense. It is purely for the posting of the artwork itself, which I can respect. I imagine you would get a lot of grifters and people just kind of coming to peddle their wares rather than more sort of genuinely and authentically share work. I don't think it's a bad rule. I think in the context, the enforcement was bad. Because basically what happened, my understanding is that the mods took the post down. And then when the artist tried to appeal it, the mods basically power tripped and removed the artist's entire post history from the subreddit and then banned him. So that didn't go well. The mods got a bunch of flack for it, and the offending mod apparently then proceeded to kick all the other mods and lock the subreddit and posted a just bratty little resignation notice. Just like, dude. Oh, there ain't no meltdown like a public meltdown. So, personally, I see this as a positive. I see this as a good thing because I had seen the previous drama about the moderators and their bullshit. I don't know if this was the same person, but art subreddit is a big one. I think it has something like 23 million subscribers. Reddit is going to get involved probably once the holiday is over, right? Once they get back to work on Monday, they're gonna come back and be like, well, shit, and, you know, step in. So the offending mod will hopefully be gone. Anyone that was sort of doing the same bullshit will hopefully also be gone. Because, you know, I was seeing this drama before and I was like, I'm just not gonna use the subreddit. I'm not gonna post anything there because it doesn't strike me as a community that I want to participate in. It seems too icky. It seems like I would be posting stuff and just constantly be at the whim of whether the mods think that my work is worthy or some bullshit, right? But I don't know, if the bad actors are gone, I feel like this might actually be a net positive for the well-being of the subreddit. And of course it's gonna happen again because they're gonna get someone else involved and they're gonna grow an ego, they're gonna get power happy. It is the cycle of subreddits, right? This is how it always goes. But hopefully at least for a little while we'll actually see a turn for the positive. But I thought that was very interesting. I thought that was very, like, goodness. And I just heard initially that the mods all quit it was not until I had said something about it, someone corrected, like, no, the one moderator made everyone else quit. The one moderator shot everyone else in the back and then locked the subreddit. It's like, god damn, dude. People, man. You give them a little bit of power, you give them a little bit of authority. Is Reddit just the largest prison experiment of all time? I don't know. I feel like with any community, be it, you know, a Twitch chat, a Discord, a subreddit, like at a certain size, you know, there's a threshold where it still feels like a very personal community. You know, everybody knows each other, everybody is having a lot of like very direct back and forth stuff. It feels more like people sort of sharing stuff with their friends. And then you sort of hit this like threshold where it stops being like just you and your buddies and it becomes like a much bigger group, and there needs to be more sort of structure to who's doing what and who's responsible for what, and you need to have moderators, and it's just like, I don't know. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just I think it does kind of suck when you sort of get into these situations of like you have to give people responsibility, and it turns out they were not ready for it, not going to use it in a good way. That said, ain't no drama like subreddit drama. Alrighty, chat. Why don't we go ahead and get dancing? We got some Shantae to play. Where did OBS go? There you guys are. Alright. I'm actually gonna pause that, and then we're gonna head over to the game screen. Look at that little goober. I love her. She's so cute. Alright, I'm gonna get out of the way. Yeah. And it sucks, right? Because it's not like it's a grandiose level of power that they have, you know, incredible responsibilities or anything. It's like, dude, you run a subreddit. Check yourself. Alright, and then I need to turn the sound back on. There we go. Alright, is that coming through okay? He's so cute! I almost want to shrink it down. Like, I have... This is a game designed for the Game Boy Advance and is being played on a 27-inch monitor, and it's just like, it's too big. Ow, bitch! Well, I lost the heart trying to get the heart. Ain't that just the way? Touch slower. Knock it down a hair. Alright, how's that? Okay, cool. I think we got... Well, actually, that's not 100% true. Because if we go... Where did I see? I think it's navigation. Oh, there we go. Beautiful, thank you. Oh, wait. I can do this now. That's the wrong one. Did I do this already? I don't remember if I did this already. I think I did. Oh no, look at that. That's still the wrong one. Time is the situation. There's someone with a similar level of permission in a couple places. Well, that's because you're a good person, Nate. Okay, now this one I have definitely done. Okay, yeah, I think I feel like we're done. The main thing that I would wanna try and find is squids, secret squids. Oh wait. Nice. Dude, we're getting freaking loaded up on health. Now, I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, what is the... No, okay. I feel like there was a thing for looking up and down. Like moving the camera around. I don't remember. Oh, there's one. Oh shit, it didn't back off. I can't climb the wall. Oh, I can! Oh, what a good little monkey. What a good little monkey. Oh, oh no, you bitch, die. I didn't say you could leave. Okay, so I think we got this one. Ow! I hate these little freaks. Alright. I don't think they actually stop spawning. Hey! Okay, and then that's done. Did we just go all the way around? Apparently you can just go all the way around. Which is kinda nice. It just means you don't have to backtrack forever, right? Ow. Okay, but I think what we need to do to leave... Let's go hit the switch again. Oh no, Sky's right there. Okay, let me try this. There we go. Hup, hup, hup. Who's a naughty little monkey? Oh, you know what? I bet I can do this. There's a little compass in the... Or not a compass, but there's an arrow above my mana bar. I don't know if that's like pointing at something. Dang it. Dang it. Well, I'm stupid. Let's go. I'm mostly just curious if there was something here, but I think we're just doing laps. That said, the compass is like flashing again. The arrow's blinking. I don't know what that's about. It's also not changing direction. I don't know. Alright, let's go. I think we're fine. I should be right about here. You little shit. Can you take off? Yeah. Okay, so we found 9 of the 13. We got Scuttletown, the Chasm, Mining Town. Oh right, let's head back to Scuttletown, because I think the dude that we rescued should be there. We'll probably want to talk to him next.
Our town is in the wrong place. How could this happen?
Looking through items and tap to use them. Yeah, got it, thanks. Alright. Oh, we've got 240. Let's see, what did I want to get? Oh, I wanted the greedy jar. Magical objects that make gem drops increase. Yes, good. You gotta spend money to make money, baby.
Oh hey, what's this?
My rescuer back again. Just doing my duty.
Shantae, let me introduce you to Boris Holes, relic hunter. He's the foremost expert on sequin lands underground.
Oh god, it's still doing the word thing.
Your uncle told me all about that pirate queen's no good scheme. Twisted nature to get rich quick? Shame, shame.
We suspect that Risky Boots has captured the other 2 relic hunters as well. Professor Pepperex McManstash.
Excellent, no notes.
and Dr. Cornelius Crust. You'll need to find them and foil Risky's plan.
Consider it done, Uncle. Meanwhile, I'm gonna stick around. I need to ruminate on these new fault lines.
Fault lines?
Giant cracks, probably caused by Risky Boots' machine. With the right kind of clue, I might be able to predict where she's been and where she'll strike next.
You can do that?
Sure, you can learn a lot from rocks if you know what to look for.
That's so cool.
If you find any sort of geological evidence, be sure to bring it to Boris.
I won't let you down, Uncle.
I saw a fragment by the lighthouse.
Yeah, kid? Okay, so I need rocks for Boris. I need machine parts for Bolo. Okay, and then we got the lizard people here. I'm getting some like window popping. I don't know if it's because of trying to have 4 monitors hooked in again or what's going on. I don't know if one of the programs, maybe it's OBS. OBS could be upset. OBS gets upset a lot. Oh, you know, now that I have the crab, I might be able to navigate this better. I've got the crab and the monkey. I don't remember if I had the crab before or not. Right, because we did this. Wanna look around? Double tap and hold the right bumper to look. Okay, that's what it was. No, I'm good, I'm good. I got it. Gotta get that money. Alright, enough. Whee! Hi.
The Bramble Maze is in Orc Orchard. But you'll find that relic hunter over there.
Already did, but thank you, buddy. Alright. I believe it's crab time. Dive. I bet you there's a secret in here somewhere. Hey, Bolo's brother. Hey, kid. How in the world did you wind up here? Can't you speak? Either way, you're safe now. So head back home. Guess it's that way. Typically, I'd get a reward or something. You're a baby. I guess I'll just take your ball. Wow! Shantae is kinda fucked up. Okay, on with the quest. You took baby ball from baby. Mods, take his baby ball. It's fine, it's just a ball. Baby ball taker! Fine! I'll give it back! gave you ball. Wait, no. It's made of metal. It's a mechanical part. I'll probably need it. You stole metal. Are we good? What the I'm not a bad person! Secret, secret. Where's the secret? It certainly was an exchange. Oh, there we go. Huh. Yeah, I guess that's it. Okay. So now we take this back to Bolo. And we can repair that machine that he has. Hey, what's that? Some sort of cog? Maybe it goes to this machine? Mind if I take a look? Cool, okay. Bet you this part broke loose during the big quake. Looks pretty technical. Whatever. I'll just jam it in. Bolo, you don't just jam cogs in wherever you feel like. You gotta give it more finesse. That's all I can do. Odds are I broke it forever. Or totally fixed it. Go on, give it a shot. Yep. Well, he did something. Seems like pressing that big button put the town back to normal. I don't know if I would call this normal, Bolo.
Hey, my town is facing the ocean again. I did it! All it took was a positive attitude.
Asshole. Dang it. Whatever, I think I got that secret already. Oh, I wonder if the mining town is back in place now. Oh, I wonder if the mining town... I wonder if the mining town has something that I can do now that it is away from the ocean.
Like that time I bit into an onion ring and there was no onion. Or when I bit into that mozzarella stick and it was only batter. Or when I bit into that steak but it was just a sleeve of fat.
Dude, you have the shittiest luck. I wonder if I can climb this. No. Did it! Scuttletown is finally back where it belongs. I I'd imagine that mining town has returned to its rightful place as well. We should pay them a visit, don't you think? Well, I guess I was right on the money. I was kind of hoping he broke it. I would check out. It turns out it was a bomb. And just blew the entire town up. We did it, Bolo! We saved the city.
I don't know what you did, but it worked, Ribbit. The water is gone and my missing men are home safe. Please, take what you want from the mine.
Wow, the whole mine?
The mine is back up and running again. Finally, we can get back to work. Right after my break.
I wonder if I can get up there. Kind of. Almost. Oh, look at that! It's like I'm some kind of gamer. Aw, they're all so happy.
The water's been washed away, along with the strange baby. Wherever he lands, I wish time a lifetime of grand adventures. Just not for the next handful of games. He should sit those out. Thanks to you, the mine is back in business. Soon we'll have enough gems to make all our dreams come true. Even that weird one.
I don't think I need to know about a weird frog person's dreams. I'm just saying. Just going.
You got rid of the water. Good for you. I knew you could do it. With the mine up and running and our companions returned, well, let's just say we're mighty grateful. The fellas downstairs have a gift for you, so be sure to say hi. Whee!
Oh, nice.
You got us back home safe and sound. I say we put this whole big misunderstanding behind us. And maybe don't mention my acts of cowardice to the other guys. Here, a nice juicy bribe. It's all yours.
A wonky rock?
Don't know what it is, but I bet it's worth a heap. Remember our bargain.
Well, I think. I betcha. Ah shit, the fish are dying. Ah shit, the fish are all dead. I think that's what we needed. Yeah, let's go. It says there's squids in Scuttletown. I'm gonna have to figure out where those are hiding. Ooh, you've got quite the wonky rock there. Wow, rude.
Mind if I scoop it out? We have the wonky rock. Now this is one impressive rock. Nice rock. This little fella migrated all the way to Mining Town after collecting sea salt from Scuttletown. Still, you won't find this kind of rock in either region. So then, how'd it move from place to place? I'll tell you. Those new fault lines aren't just circular, they're touching. Tangent circles that meet at the edges.
How does that help us?
If the rock made it here, then Riskin must have already used her machine once before. Because this rock is from Lava Town, baby.
Lava Town? Where's that?
A simple calculation will tell us. Just take the distance from Scuttletown to Mining Town to Lava Town, perimeter plus number of rotations, apply a few vague mathematical formulas. Presto! You'll find Lava Town right here.
What will Risky Boots want with a place like Lava Town?
One reason and one reason only. To nab our associate, Professor Pepperex. Old Pepperex is a famous volcanologist. Old as dirt, that guy. He's an irresistible silver fox. A real ladies' man. So when you do find him, don't fall for his charms, you dig?
Don't worry, I'll bring him here without delay. Lava Town, here I come.
A molten mixer.
If you like running fast, buy Pants Ants. You can even run away from icky girls. Gross.
Oh, where'd Willow go? No, he's not in my house. I'm not taking a bath. Let's see. I'll be talking to Sky. Not the save spot. Is he in the shop? Actually, we have more money. What can we buy now? Let's see. Refills hearts, super vial, super pack, exit candy, fireball, storm up, Bimbola, pants ants, spend magic to run faster, turn invisible, float cake, twin mint, divide and conquer, NP saver, next shampoo level. You know what? Let's get the fireball. It doesn't cost that much. And see if it's any good. Yeah, he's just gone. Maybe we want to go find... Maybe we want to go find his baby brother. Oh! Is that a new map? Let's have a look. So, your uncle thinks we'll find Professor Pepperpex in Lava Town. It's just a guess, but it's all we've got. Pepperpex McMansurge. You think that that's his real name? I wonder how he got it. He sounds handsome. Stop it! I wanna go! Fine. Ready to take off? I think Shantae's jealous. this place looks cool. This is Lava Town? Ugh. I didn't expect it to be ice cold. Ditto. I'm freezing my everything off. Hurry up and find this professor guy, will ya?
Oh, such dreadful doings. Every young maiden in the village has been frozen solid. You're a guardian genie, aren't you? Please, will you help us in our time of plight? Oh, thank you. I'll explain everything. You see,
Hey Artemis, happy Saturday. Yes, it's genie time. Apparently clothing minimal.
you see, each year the maidens of the village gather at this very spot to join in the ceremony of cleansing. We stand before the statue of the Ancient One and pledge to keep our bodies and minds pure from all fleshy desires. Then we usually have a feast and pig out.
That sounds like fun.
It is! Anyway, this year was different. A dashing older gentleman came to our village. He wished to study our lava river. When I saw him, I became oh so giddy. His lovely face, those piercing eyes, that leathery skin. Needless to say, I forgot all about the ceremony. The following day, the world began to quake and shake, and the statue of the Ancient One abandoned us, along with the mighty volcano. The weather turned to ice, and all of the town's maidens froze right where they stood. Such misery. Oh, the misery. All my fault because I had eyes for that man.
Are you sure it wasn't just an earthquake?
I was spared so I could suffer, as punishment for my wrongdoing.
Or maybe it's because you're standing on that heat vent.
If only the statue of the Ancient One would return, I could perform the ceremony of cleansing and right my wrongs.
This dashing gentleman fella, he wasn't by any chance Professor Pepperpex McManstash, was he? I need to find him right away.
Oh! Do not speak his name. That lovely he-beast is best left forgotten.
Look, I don't think you did anything wrong.
Really? But there's so much circumstantial evidence.
All that correlatable causation is complete coincidence. But I'll prove it by getting your ancient statue back.
It'll never work.
But if you insist on finding the professor, try Museum Town. He spoke of it often in his stories. You'll need this.
My only wish is to restore the statue of the Ancient One and begin anew. Good luck to you. If you run into that giant slab of beefcake, don't tell him I said hi.
Let's get in the way of magic. According to D&D, that's true. At least as far as armor is concerned. That lava leader really gave you this? Huh. Museum Town. I thought this frozen inlet looked familiar. The sub-zero temperatures make Museum Town inaccessible by ship. I bet Risky made Lava Town switch places with Museum Town to melt the ice.
That means Museum Town is her next target. We've gotta stop her.
Ready to take off? It took me until earlier today to realize the game is called Risky Revolution because she made a giant device that lets her spin the island around. Very convenient place to volunteer. I moved a bunch of stuff around, so I don't know where I am anymore. I can move down, but see, there's not... the talking cards come up on either side, so there's not a lot I can do.
Get a move on, men! Take everything you can carry. Ha! Let this be a lesson to you all. Real treasures are the ones found in books, fools!
Damn, she got that stride. Guess I was we gotta keep it say-so and safe for work. Well, this is the place. Museum Town. Secretland's Art and History Archive. Although, it's usually freezing cold. Do you think we got here in time? Only one way to find out. Hands-on exhibits. See and touch. Free telescope day. Get up in close view of heavenly bodies. Kid, what are you...
I have a sister, and she's my big sister. And one time, my mom and my sister, they told me not to feed the dog, but I fed the dog, and the dog got fed one. 2 times.
Yeah? Cool story, bro. Oh god, it's a whole class trip. My dad said that I'd learn a bunch of stuff if I came today.
Me! I have a question about the huge lady. Okay. Why is there a volcano?
I like this museum. Oh, you're here too? I'm still looking for Pongo. I have to admit, I'm a lousy babysitter. Any chance he likes floating around in his inflatable pool tube? Yeah. He's such a rascal. Anyway, look at this. Another of those broken machines. With the right part, I can probably fix it. Hit me up if you find one. And no, I did not notice the 30-foot long lady. From this angle, it looked like a sculpture of 2 bald guys fighting in a haystack. Brother, what? Indeed, there's a lot to study and learn here.
Why are the doors locked? I want to go in.
Is that kid a vampire? Oh, it's the werewolf. Unplayable working bin trash. Disgusting derivative copycat rush jobs. That's what I'm into. I'm Shovel Werewolf, god damn it. I dig deep into the putrid landfills of the software world. Bring me your worst. I'll trade you for something good. Shovel Werewolf, Jesus Christ. I'm trying to imagine his perspective and yeah, it would just be the top of the head, but I'm like, what?
Oh, good heavens! Museum Town's a serious chromagackle.
Brother, what? Are you Professor Pepperpex?
Pepperpex?
No, I'm the curator. When I saw what had happened, I was gobsmacked. The place has been plundered by pirates. Oh dear, not only that, but some hooligan has placed this... well, what I can only imagine is a depiction of the female form. Not that I'd know, in naught but her bloomers. Whatever those are, right on the roof. The shame! The embarrassment! And today of all days, what with the field trip and all. No running! Where was I?
Field trip.
Oh yes! The prestigious Sheltered Tots of Sequinland Club. They're here all day long. I promised them an outrageous exhibition that would blow their minds. Natural wonders they'd never forget. Oh dear, oh dear. What'll the parents think? Oh, how I miss the days of quiet hallways and dangerously low attendance. Oh, wait. You! I can see that you're keen as mustard to help. Tell you what. I'm going to run away and never come back. Take this. If you're looking for the professor, he should be there. Tell him. I said no running! Tell him I resign. If he wants the job, it's all his. I'll remain here and try and rein in the chaos. Oh me, oh my.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, I want to save, and I want to try changing this to a windowed mode. I wonder if that's what's causing the screen flickering. I know this place. It's crawling with hostile monsters. Pepperpex is there. We've got to find them, and fast.
Well, Jesus Christ!
Alright. Yes, let's save. I'm just gonna jump back to the menu. Hello. Our lost relic hunter should be around here somewhere. Remember, Risky's machine can only shift the world between two states, normal and swapped. Use that limitation to your advantage. Are you already in windowed? Screen size 100. Okay. We do this. I'm gonna drop the size. No, that didn't help the flickering anyway. Do enjoy the game does at least acknowledge what they're doing rather than skirt it. In what way? The heck? Ow! You little shit! Oh, I can get back up. Okay, so how many times do I have to hit you before you die? But one in a questionable outfit. Oh. Yeah. Shantae, Shantae's always been a very tongue-in-cheek kind of game. They know what they're doing. There we go. What is that? Monkey vision. Now you can see through walls while in monkey form. Activates automatically encrypts labyrinths and puzzle caves. Nice. Oh. What a clever monkey. Okay, I feel like that's the way out. Yeah, okay. I was just looking to see if they had any, like, secrets in the other corners, but it doesn't seem like it. Okay, and then, just for good measure, I want to make sure they didn't hide anything at the bottom of the pool. Like that. Okay, now here's the question. I think I need to hit those bricks. But I don't know... I wonder if that would work. I think it's gonna work. Well, especially now that I have a point I can land on. There we go. Success! Oh. What? I got the juggle going. There you go. Ow! Little shit respawned on me. Ow. Wonder if we'll get some kind of bomb or something I can mess with. Ow. Ow. Yeah, I'm gonna... Whatever I get is gonna give me the ability to blast through these blocks. Okay, so yeah, I can't go any farther that way, it looks like, without swapping to the background. I want to check the other direction and see what we have to work with there. Nothing. Alright. Well, I guess we'll go ahead and swap. So the funny thing to me is that Half Genie Hero might be my least favorite of the games mechanically, but I still appreciate it because that was the first Shantae I'd really heard about. Then I have since gone and played every other Shantae game.
I told you I'd capture a relic hunter. My security system is utterly brilliant. Flawless. Only Crab Flint can open the gate. And that I've hidden. Sunk deep into a pond in Orc Orchard. Victory is enjoyed. Flim flam.
Remember, chat, no monologuing. Oh, you know what I haven't tried yet? Fireball! Also, what was that other thing that I got? Storm? This thing. I'm sorry, when did I pick this up? What are you? Oh, mysterious creature that follows you around while draining magic. Press A to equip it. I didn't realize this was a spell. I thought it just increased my drop rate. Fascinating. Oh, okay. Ah! Nice. Alright, so I think we need to go back to Orc Orchard now. I don't think we're gonna be able to find anything more here. Like, we already went through this, right? We got the tell from the sign of like, go back to Orc Orchard and find the crab flint. So I think I know what happened with the I think I know why my screen is flickering. I was moving the monitors around. I think I might have jostled the connection on my tablet monitor a little bit. It might be a bit loose. So I'm gonna leave it alone for now, but during the break, I'm gonna try and move it back into position. I don't think it's gonna crash anything, but well, and this is the nice thing about having the stream running off of the Traveler, right? Is even if it does like break my computer, and by break I mean just like reset things, the stream will keep running. But if there are some technical difficulties, please do not freak out. You'll get it sorted. Okay, so what does this do exactly? What? Reed Jar, what are you doing here, buddy? Okay, so we need to go around here until we can find the crab flint. That's... Oh, right, he said he buried it. Like at the bottom, he buried it underwater. I don't think it would be around here. Oh, shit. Oh, interesting. So every gem collected while the greed jar is out, the greed jar then produces an identical version of it, or an identical gem. So it doubles up your money collection. That's not bad. Like on, like, enemy rich areas, like right here. Nice. Shit. No, you missed. Oh, look at that. There's, well, I think, yeah, so we've done all of this already, and I'm pretty sure, shit, is this the dungeon? I think we're doing the dungeon again. Let's go check one more room. Yeah, okay. Didn't notice this before. Hey! Okay. Let's get out of here. If we can. Okay, right, and I think this is where we got... Was this crab mode or monkey mode? Must have been crab form. Dang it. I thought I might be able to sneak into that alcove. Spit, you bastard. There you go. I think we did this before. Okay, yeah. Alright, let's get out of here. away. You little freakazoid. Ow, shit. Give me hearts. Oh god, the farm opportunities here. It prints money. Alright, that's enough. Okay, so yeah, the question now is where do we need to go? Let's see, I don't think it would have put it in the dungeon. That would be really obnoxious. Part of me suspects it's in here. We did this. Okay, yeah, I kind of figured that was gonna be a bottomless pit, but we wanted to try. Okay, yeah, and then we're back at the beginning. We're near enough to it. Oh? I don't think we found this before. Nope. We got a secret up there. Okay, so we're gonna come back around to it. Oh, we need a... What? There we go. Is that? Crabflint! While in crab form, press X to drop spark mines. Damage enemies or activate ancient tech. Interesting. It's so cute! The crab makes a little bomb. Okay, so I don't think... I think I still need something bigger to make the explodey boom bloom. Like the crab mines don't seem capable of blowing these up, right? I'm gonna be honest, I just now figured out that the crab can jump. I didn't realize I could crab hop.
Huh. Okay, so I feel like we need to go deeper though, right? Because I can go crab mode right here, and that gets us out, right? If we'll back up to the surface. Okay, so we can leave. Oh, okay. I see. So we don't need the crab mines. We don't need the crab flint. For explodey purposes, we need it to activate the generators that are on the Naga cliffs. What is it with ancient technology and being powered by explosions and hitting it and shit? But what is with ancient technologies? Okay, so now... Utterly brilliant. Only Crab Flint can open the gate. Oh, okay. I don't think I need... Yeah, I think I need to activate these things. There we go. Alright. So there's 6 of them scattered around. I gotta go find all of them. I'm sorry for all the flashing. I keep, like, I keep moving while I'm holding the dance down, and so that's activating the transformation. Okay. Oh, I see what I need to do. There we go. Right. That's 2. And then we had... Ow. Uh-oh. Maybe I wasn't supposed to do that yet. I'm sure it's fine. I didn't say you could leave. Haven't been in here yet. And it's like... Interesting, okay. Yeah, eventually we're gonna get the bomb tech. Whatever the bomb tech is. And then that's just gonna go fucking crazy.
I love the monkey. As a reminder, we do have the Transformer team. If you guys want to take part in the magic. I can get that one. I think I did. Yeah. Did I? I gotta go check. I guess we didn't. I'm glad we checked. But now I'm so fucking lost. I don't know where I am. Okay, so that one's powered up. Ow. Okay, that one's powered up. Ow! You little shits. Ow. Okay, we got one above us, it looks like. What do you mean that? Oh, because she's in the foreground. I'm stupid. Okay, so we've got 4 out of 6. And then, alright, that's 5. And the last one is over there. Ow! What the fuck? You just shot a little monkey! That's so fucked up, dude! Who would shoot a little monkey so defenseless? Have you ever seen anything so cruel? Things are ridiculous. I don't get why they just don't die. Okay, now where's the actual... Okay, so I think it's... What? Yeah, it's up there. Have we been in here? Yes, but there's rocks. Hey, Sonic, happy Saturday. Hope you're having a good weekend. Ow. It's foreign. You do? Kappa. Ooh, big pot. We like to save your progress. Oh shit, dude, calm down. Ah! Bro, chill. room's going crazy! Oh god, it's the fucking snakes. I hate these things. This is why I hate the snakes. Because they just never stop showing up. And then you just wind up with a room full of snakes. What? What? Oh, is it for the monkey? Oh. Oh, it's so silly. I've never understood how Ocarina of Time had such fast like save times. Oh, hey, Roddy. How did you get in here? Okay, I think I'll want to get the next shampoo. And then magical mints let you divide and conquer. I'm curious about this. We're gonna get that. Okay, so yeah, it is right there. And now I can attack very fast. Oh shit, hi. Okay, what does this... Holy shit! That's kind of insanely good. Yeah, just attack, literally double your attack output. That said, it is expensive on the mana side. Next. Oh, fuck me. So bad. Okay, so that doesn't work. Oh, run. Okay. Howdy, boss. Happy Saturday. Hope you're having a good one. You little shit. Okay, so we gotta climb down. We gotta climb up. Ah! Where the fuck are you going? Oh, speaking of D&D, speaking of D&D, I started watching, I watched the first episode of Mighty Nine last night. It's very good. It's very good. What the heck? Okay, I see. Can I just do like a hard reset? Okay, so yeah, it's 3, 1, 2, 4. I appreciate how much, like, you can tell the group matured. But, like, nothing against Vox Machina. Like, those characters are a lot of fun. I really like them. But they are heroes, right? Sure, they're kind of jackasses and everything, but they are, you know, heroic characters for the most part. Whereas Mighty Nine is like, what a cast of chuckle fucks. Just utter miscreants and idiots throughout. And it's like, okay, this is what we're working with. This is who's gonna save the world. Fuck us, I guess. Oh, I can't climb that. I can't climb the rock, apparently. Oh, no, the sand is slippery? Yeah, so the sand is slippery and I just can't climb the rock at all. Huh, alright. That makes sense. Huh. Alright. Guess we'll come back to that later. Oh wait, we were here already. Okay, so we did go this way. We came in from this way. Right, and then we went around the top to get all the goodies. Oh shit, hi. I don't think I can get up there. No. Right, down we go. Sure is a good one, in my opinion, size with the keep. Indeed. And I didn't make it super far listening to the podcast. So, like, I know obviously I know sort of the initial section of the, like, I know the first bit of that. It is very interesting just because they, you know, have a lot of the sort of prequel setup stuff that they did not get to in the tabletop by the point that I reached. So while I recognize some of the characters, a lot of the sort of more overarching story stuff is still new to me. Check for secrets. Yeah, I don't imagine they're going to change a lot of it. Just because I can't imagine that people would want them to, you know? Oh, here we go again. Oh, I was off by one. Damn it! I'm pretty sure that would have hit. Yes! Nailed we go. Find a fountain and wish big. Fuck you. Ow. They need health. Where the fuck am I? Alright. Thank you. Okay, we got some jumpy crabs there. Ooh, save point. Yes, I would like to say thank you. Very helpful. Wonder if the fountain's in here. Okay. Ow. Fucker! I hate the spiders. Oh. Yep, they put rocks there so I can't climb it. Maybe the season, I think I know. Yeah, no idea. Alright, I'm gonna say 2. Nailed it. 4. Nailed it. 3. Oh, off by 1. Alright. 2, 4, 1, 3. Oh no. No, I was still way off. It's 2, 1, 4, 3. 2, 1, 4. 3. Alright, give me my prize, baby. It's a key. I was noticing earlier, I love how in every Shantae game, they draw her bangles different. Her arm bracers are different in every game. They cannot get that consistent to save their lives. I'm sure it's gonna be a good ride. I did notice, and I'm going to acknowledge it, but I think it is totally fair that Sam used a, it sounds like they used a voice modulator for Sam, for not. I think that's totally fair, you know, between what he had going on and, ooh, pretty fairly. Welcome, daughter of the genies. This powerful dance magic will help to guide your way. The spider dance. Use it to climb webbed walls. While dancing, press up to transform. Not my favorite. That's not bad though. So yeah, Sam played a what? played a girl character in Mighty Nine, and you know, just kind of did his thing for the season, or for the original campaign. Yeah, he had cancer earlier, which has affected his voice and his speaking, so it's totally understandable if, like, even if there were not physical limitations, not, I can understand just wanting to use a voice modulator to sort of hit the tone more easily and not strain himself as much trying to get the voice of the character every time. Ow. Son of a biscuit. Okay. Shit, where are we going now? So I think we did all of this. Oh, right. Now we can get up here. And actually navigate this area. Shit. Unless I, flub it. I kind of appreciate, like, each of the transformations that you get sort of provides new navigation options, and then later on you get a mechanical function as well. Voice gravelly and higher pitch for most of the campaign to make it sound like a female goblin. Imagine it was how. Oh, 100%. It definitely is. So yeah, I think it's totally fair. Like, I'm not doing it to be like, ooh, freaking cop out or whatever. It's just every so often I find the modulation tech, it like mechanizes a little bit. I hate the snakes. I hate the snakes. I hate the snakes. I'm just gonna put this on. Frickin' pipe ball. Yeah, come at me, bitch. See what happens. Okay, so there's a... Okay, so there's no secret way up there. So this is where we need to go. One spellcaster I follow has Parkinson's and affects his voice. He uses AI systems to make it sound more normal. That's fair. Yeah, and like, Zen has always used a TTS voice when she streams, because that's what she's comfortable doing. And frankly, I think, one, it's sort of become part of her identity, and there's nothing really like wrong with it or anything. It's just, as I said, part of the brand. Plus, some of the stuff that they've been able to do with it recently has been really impressive. I know we did this already, but I'm wondering if there was like a spider section that I missed before. Look like it. Did all this. Alright. Oh shit. That's not what I meant to do. Yeah, y'all on fucking farm status now. Get over here. You think I'd give a shit? I'll kill your whole family. Bring them. Alright, let's go. Okay, so here's Roddy. I don't think we have a way to go down there yet. There's the boss door. And this will get us back over. I think this is the way out. But if there's webbing somewhere that we can use. Yeah, okay, so that's the way out. There isn't some like web pattern or something that we can crawl our way up. Where? What am I missing? Yeah, freaking dungeon map would be so nice. Can you imagine? Onward, my steed! Alright, so not here. Not here. There's something down there. Maybe that's gonna be what we should look for. Okay, and then what's going on here? Okay, so there's a way up. I bet that might be the cog. That might be what we need to access the boss room. Okay, and then we went up here. Use the monkey. See, but I feel like we went up here and we didn't find anything. Right, it's looking for a key. So we need the key. Wait, is that something? Doesn't look like it. I thought there was like a ledge there. No. I misread it. Okay. We went this way. That's where we come in. Alright, let's head back down. Now. Alright. I believe this was the fountain, right? Yes. Okay, and then yeah, we were able to use the fountain to get some of the bonus stuff up there. That's fine. Shut up. Ow! Oh, that's nice. We can use the spider to just bypass this entire room. I love it. Oh, did I... Ah! Ah! Ow! Frick. Alright. I think we found it. Uh-oh. You little shits. Dang. Oh shit! I did. Well, I'm glad I grabbed that save point right before. Wow, spider just shooting at me. Freaking no loyalty among the arachnids, I guess. Ow, bitch. I see. Alright, well, let's do this first. Man, the mint attack, or the mint clone, is really good. But it's kind of hard to beat the pike ball. And just like overall defensive, offensive capability. Ow, 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 ow. Big guy hits really hard. Freaking drop, you prick. Alright, are you gonna do the thing? There we go. Is that it? Yippee! That fucking face! Ah! Alright. So 4 is gonna be the head. So 4 will be... Okay, so it's... Something, something, 4, 3. Okay, so it's 2, 1, 4, 3. Good. Give me my key. There you are. Beautiful. Okay, so now I'm curious what's up here. Please don't send me into spikes! Fake! Really? Okay, I'm gonna go back and save. Just so we don't have to do the whole fight again. And then we can go try that.
Would you like to save?
Yes. Son of a... All that for a fucking gem. God damn it, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die. I don't wanna. What's down here? Okay, right. boogie. I don't suppose it's like a... You can't use the fountain. No, I can't use it to heal up. No pots in here. Oh, there we go. Alright, we're back, baby. Son of a die. I'll take it. Okay, all the way up. Yo, buddy, fuck off. Secret Squid! Oh, now you give me a bunch of hearts. Now, when I don't need them, fuck you! Alright, let's see. Anything I want to buy? Vanish Float Cake, Greedy Jar, MP Saver. I can't quite get the MP Saver. What does this do? Value pack containing 3 exit candies. Consumable item that exits a current location. Super pack. Okay, so I think super vials restore health and magic. You know what? Give me a heart pack. Just in case. Never a bad idea to have some backup healing. You little shit. Alright, so if I remember correctly, boss key was needed up here. Dude, go away. Stop ledge blocking. Stop ledge camping. It's very bad manners. Son of a... It's the snakes. It's the snakes. It's the goddamn snakes. Okay, yeah, there we go. Oh no. Okay, buddy, I need you to not lower me onto the crabs. Hey, there we go. Wing nut. Alright, so that will get us to the final boss. So let's stock up. I'm gonna grab one more set of heart packs. I'm gonna grab... Yeah, that's probably fine. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna save. We're at full health. There we go. Oh, right, it goes down.
In here for the relic hunter, eh?
Who said that?
I don't know how you overcame my tricks and traps, but I'll see to your destruction right now!
It's time to face the mighty Flim Flam.
Oh, hi, Ridley. Oh, that's a neat trick. I can do it too. Here they come.
Ah!
Oh, I can. Can I go through the door? I can. Ow. It's free damage. Ow, okay. We're gonna heal. Thank you. Dude, die already, please. What happens if I just stay back here? I guess he's not really gonna go anywhere until I come out. Ah, shit. Ah, fuck. Why am I so bad at this? Go ahead and use the next potion. Dude, stop!
Bunny hop, stop it!
Why did I jump into it? I'm stupid. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay. So it's just gonna keep doing the revolution thing until I take out all of the minions. I need to take out the other ones before I hit the red one. Or he just does it again. Shit! Oh, I'm stupid! I mean, that said, like, actually reaching him half the time is the challenge. Alright. Hopefully this is it. Die, 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 god damn it. Right. That was a pretty clean cycle. Die, 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 die. Oh, he's dead. Yippee! Trying to come up with a voice for this one. Excuse me. Who the snot are you? I'm Shantae. I'm here to rescue Professor Pepperpex. McManstash. That's me. You're Professor Pepperpex? Yeah. McManstash. Yeah. The elderly ladies man with silver hair. Sure, why not? You call me a liar? No. I'll knock your block off. Well, Uncle Mimic and Boris Hole sent me to find you. Never heard of him. Your fellow relic hunters and lifelong friends? They said you're a famous volcano scientist. Oh, right. Yeah, I'm into that stuff. Volcanoes are good. Oh, okay. You know, for a second there, I thought that maybe... Whatever, I'll go. Mission accomplished, I guess. That's 2 relic hunters rescued. Shantae. Honey. Sister, please. She might just be trying to slip us an untruth. I don't know how to judge it, but it feels a little off, it's true. Something feels a little strange. Okay, so we didn't get bombs. We got the spider, right? But nothing here. Oh boy. Nothing here is actually like webbing related. I think we're gonna have to come back even later once we get an explodey ability. Didn't see any webbing in the caves earlier either. Bad monkey. You little shit. Easy money, baby. Can I not progress through here? It would seem I cannot. Oh shit. I didn't mean to do that. But I'll take it, I guess. It's fine. I just need to find my way back to Sky. Gotta go see Uncle. Okay, yeah, so this way is blocked off.
Ah! Fucking Naga!
Okay. Is this gonna let us through? Okay, so I think we go this way. Ah, shit, I knew you were there, I knew you were there, and I knew it was gonna hit you, and I did it anyway. Okay, that one's on me. Question is, do I hit this capsule and move the map around again? Oh, what's in here? Oh, this. Again, we need the bombs. Okay. And how about yet? Who the fuck is Sky? I feel like we've been all over the place and I haven't seen her. I think I need to hit the switch. No, don't. Again. Uh-oh. Again! Alright, where's our good buddy Sky? I got the juggle going. Alright, and then this one is what again? Again, more blocks to blow up. Okay, she has to be close, right? Oh, there's a thing up there. There's a squid. But how do I get to it? Is the real question. Monkey? Long jump! Hey! It worked. Okay, and this one... Box. Where the fuck is Sky? Are we stuck here? Because we didn't get a way to break the stones. Excuse me, I wanted to go through the door. Finally!
Where have you been, girl? Alright, let's head back to Skull Town. How did we do on... Alright, we found half of the squids, which is not bad. I'll take that. Especially since so far we haven't actually found anything to spend them on. Right? Excuse me. Alright, let's go talk to Professor McManstash.
Shantae, you're back! But who is this person you've rescued?
She said she was the professor. You saying you're Pepper Pex? Sure, you can't prove I'm not. Lady, you're young enough to be his daughter's daughter's daughter. Don't know what to tell you. You're one of the geezers who owes the guy money. That's me, so pay up.
But you look nothing like him.
Says you. You're old. Maybe your memory's shot. Okay, that's it. We've had it up to here with you and your lies. Tell us the truth right now. Fine. Professor kicked the bucket. What? Yeah. Don't look at me like that. I didn't lay a finger on them. It's natural causes. Eaten by a shark. Well, 2 sharks, really. Each got half of them. That's not natural causes! You saying aquatic life ain't natural? Anyway, the shark swam into brackish water. Got eaten by piranha. Piranha were caught and served at a local fish fry. I happened to be dining. I chipped a tooth on my fish patty and found the key inside. Pepperfax's name and the location of his workshop were inscribed on the key fob. Turns out, he was owed a lot of money, so I changed my name and took over. Sure, yeah, that makes sense. You're an imposter!
You don't know the first thing about relic hunting or volcanology.
Aw, come on. I ain't a total fraud. I got bored, so I read everything the guy wrote. Figure I know at least as much as he ever did. Anyway, these geezers told me about your pirate problem. Get me a piece of hummus, and I can help. But you're gonna owe me big time. What do you think?
Can we trust her? I believe we'll have to.
If you say so. Okay then. Shut up your cake hole and bring me the pumice. Would it kill you to be polite? Please shut your... Please shut the hole and give me it. The thing I demand. Good golly. Alright, so... let's head back to... I guess we'll try Lava Town. Let's try Lava Town. See if they have anything for me. Give me 1 second. One sec, chat. There we go.
Sorry about that. I had a little something in my throat. Oh, that's cute. Also, why is her sash cloth? Whatever. Shantae is shapes. Shantae's a genie. She can have whatever she wants. It's fine. Okay, so nothing else over here. Okay, so I don't think we're gonna get it from here yet. So let's go check Museum Town. See if he's got a piece of pumice that we can make use of. I haven't found either of these games the werewolves are looking for. Okay, so with all of that said, I don't recall there being any spider webs in Mining Town. I don't recall there being any in Orc Orchard either. But I don't... Until we get the bombs, I don't feel like there's a lot more that we can navigate in Naga Cliffs. Let's check Mining Town. See if there's anything here that we can mess with. Yeah, and I haven't found games for these guys. I haven't found the shovelware or the classic game. It says there's 3 more squids in here. So, it stands to reason that somewhere there's more secrets. Thanks for the money, buddy. Or perhaps not. Oh! Well, that was just right there, wasn't it? Okay, so it's not in any of the towns, I don't think. I didn't see anything in Scuttletown. Well, we could go ask the residents and see if they have any hints. You never know. They might actually say something useful. Greedy jar is expensive, you can double your earnings. Some monkeys have the power to see through walls, but only magical monkeys.
Did you know? You can store your last transformation by turning it into a quick select. How? Just press left bumper while in animal form. Just remember, it's only temporary.
Huh. Okay. New shopkeeper bit me right here. And here. And here, I think. I should go lie down. Yes, I think you'd better have.
Talismans can increase the power of your transformations, but you can't buy them from the shop. You have to find them on your own.
Okay. I don't think there's anything else out this way. I think it's just a diving board. Okay. So... Pepperpex wants the pumice. Where are we gonna find it is the real question. I guess we can check Orc Orchard and see if anything has sort of become available now that we have the spider form. I don't remember seeing any webbing lying around, but you never know. Interesting. Die. You did shit. Well, it doesn't really make sense that the pumice would be here, I don't think. Because... Why would there be pumice? Yeah, I'm almost positive we did this. I don't think there's any like ancient tech or anything hiding in here either. What's in here? Yeah. 90% sure we did that already. Yeah, might as well check it, I guess. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure this was Fountain? Question mark? Or is, no, it's not the dungeon. No, we definitely did this. I remember we came through and just kind of did the first section of it, so fuck it. Let's go. seeing any, like, signs of... spider webbing or ancient machinery. I guess wherever we gotta go must be somewhere in Naga Cliffs, right? But I feel like we navigated that area pretty well. Not perfectly, obviously, but I didn't see anything that was missing. I don't have any bomb abilities. I can't blow up the rocks that are blocking a lot of the ways that we need to go. Well, let's go with another pass. Ow. You little shit. 3. Juggle! Shit. Yeah, see, you've got these rocks in the way. And this just kind of keeps going up and 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 up. You know, until we figure out some way to blow those up, we're out of luck. Oh, fuck off. Okay, yeah, I remember doing that. I mostly just want to check to see if there's anything, like, in the upper area. Okay, right, I remember these. Oh, yeah, we go this way. And then we come back to the beginning. Ow. This also. Oh! Okay. See, I'm not sure if that's the same block pillar or if there's just 2 of them. Okay, there's a dungeon entrance. Son of a every time with that one. Yeah, It would be nice if I pull my hair in the right direction. Ha. And then we got more blocks to blow up, but no way to do it yet. Ow. That was not a wall to jump on. There's nothing else I can do with this, is there? No, it's already done. Can I jump higher with the spider? No. Ow. What about in here? Oh. Okay, leap of faith. No. Yeah, it's not really... Huh. Okay. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, see, at this point I feel like we've kind of gone through everything again. Okay, and where is this? Excuse me. Okay, this is a diving board. There's Sky. Alright, so at least now we know where she is. But now we're back here. I don't think the pumice is here. But I'm not sure then. Where else it could be? We checked Museum Town, we checked Lava Town. We checked the orchard, we checked the mining town. Could it be in the chasm? The fact that this is still available gives me the impression that there's some use for it, right? Nice. Okay. And then that is where we fought Risky before. We saw her turn her machine on. No, I would not like to save again. I want to break your pots. Alright. Okay, so it's not in here. Oh, shut up. Okay, I thought that might be some secret. Alright. Worth a try. Okay, where have we not tried? I feel like we've been reasonably thorough checking out each of the areas. Well, hello. That was indeed very secret. Let's see. Okay, so there's nothing out here in the bay. I'm wondering if there's... Let's see. Okay, so what do we need? We need the part. Okay, we need the part from... We need the part to restore the machine that Bolo has. And doing so will restore the cities to their proper thing, and we'll probably get the pumice at that point. We need to figure out who has the machine part. Okay, so it's probably not here because we need to restore the machine here. I think we're gonna figure this part out and then we'll call it there. Okay.
So that makes sense, but I'm trying to think.
Okay. So Lava Town's not gonna have it. I don't think they would put both of them in Orc Orchard, which makes me think it has to be somewhere in the Naga Cliffs. I don't think it's gonna be in the dungeon itself. Fuck, where was the last one that we found? It was in Orc Orchard, right? No. Right, that's why I wanted to check Museum Town, because Bolo's baby brother had it. We haven't found the brother again. I mean, assuming that it's gonna be like the same sort of setup each time, right? We haven't found him since he left Mining Town. Well, you could go ask the residents of Mining Town if they know anything about Thomas. Because I have not seen any indication of technology to be grabbed or pumice to be found here. Let's go talk to Mining Town folks and see if they have ideas. Okay, doesn't look like it. Yeah, we sort of checked all this earlier. Okay, I was hoping one of them would say something. Alright, I'm gonna go talk to Uncle one more time and see if there's some idea there. I'm a little bit stumped. All the residents are just gonna tell me about various items I can pick up, which is like, that's cool. So speaking of which, let's get the shampoo upgrade. My hair is maximum. What kind of neck muscles do you think Shantae has? Try looking by volcanoes or whatever. I mean, that makes sense aside from... Well, so we basically have two options, right? We can go... Because Naga Cliffs is not by a volcano. So, it could be in Lava Town. I got someone in mind. What's your notion, boss? See, I feel like she will give us the pumice once we resolve the town mix-up. But we're not going to be able to do that until we finish... until we find the part. The museum isn't going to open, assuming it'll open at all. Orc Orchard is the bramble. Mixed up wasteland ripe with secrets. Enchanted wood filled with mazes and monsters. Death metal band who has some fairly strong neck muscles. Oh. Oh, you're talking about the thing, not... Okay. I got some. Okay, so... I mean, the Naga Cliffs is sort of, like, supposed to be in the same area? I guess there just has to be something that I'm overlooking. So here we are, back again. Nay. Day. Scum. I wonder if I can get around this side. Ow. You little shit. Okay, so yeah, we go over here. Thank you. Okay, and then we got some of the tools for activating the dungeon. So I don't feel like... I don't think they would put anything else in the dungeon. I don't think they would have hidden it in there. That seems... Fuck you. Okay, that one's not mine. That's my fault. No. Yeah. I don't feel like this should be that hard to figure out. I feel like what it's telling me to do is basically explore the cliffs. There was that one cave that seemed to just be a bottomless pit. Yeah, this one. I don't know what's up with this one. This one's weird. Ow. And we got... Oh, interesting. peculiar area. I think this is where the squid was located. Yeah, there's kind of this big section here. Cat, what am I not seeing? I feel like it should be more obvious than this. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get any farther this way. And this is another one that is blocked by these fucking boulders. I don't have a bomb. Bullshit. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting a good grasp of the layout of each of the two sections just because I've been through it enough. And clearly not enough to avoid landing on Nagas, but you know, some people are into that. Okay, there's Sky. Here's the dungeon. So, question is, see, I really don't feel like there's anything that would be in the dungeon at this point. No. No, I don't think it's here. I don't think it's here. Where is it gonna be then? Chat, I'm lost. Check the chasm. We checked the mining town. We checked Museum Town. We checked the Naga Cliffs, and that's all there is. Alright, let's give it one more look in Museum Town, and then we'll pick this up next time. Right part, I could probably fix it. Beauty of nature on full display today only. That's good nature. Why is there a volcano? That's an excellent question. I don't suppose the trick is to blast it with a mine, is it? No. Huh. I'll tell you what, chat, I am thoroughly befuddled. I figure it has to be in one of the two world areas, right? It has to be in Naga Cliffs or it has to be in Orc Orchard. But yeah, that's where we found crab flint. That's just a couple of gems, that's nothing special. No big deal there. I'm 100% sure we have done this already. What a weird little spot. With the dungeon in the back there. Ooh. Ooh, if there's anything down here. Oh, there's gems. That's always nice. Oh, I didn't realize that crab could jump that high in the water. I guess that kinda makes sense. Let's say, where are you? Okay, that's the diving pool. Got this up here. If we go down into this pool, is there anything down here that might be interesting? No. The fact that there's more hidden squids somewhere tells me we haven't explored the entire orchard, right? There has to be something that I'm overlooking. Okay, so I made a full revolution of the foreground. Now I just need to find somewhere to get into the background. There you go. Oh, in the street, is it? No. No. Is that something? No, we've been in here before. I'm seeing a little hollow area in there, which I don't think is actually anything. Alright, and then yeah, we've done this repeatedly. Little shit. Stupid question. Was there anything under the platform? No. Ow! That was unlucky. Okay, and I think that's the whole thing. So, I feel like we've looked. I feel like we have run the distance around the orchard. Didn't find any outliers or anything. Thank you. I don't know. That, I don't know. I don't get it. Volcanoes or whatever. Am I? Who said that? Roddy, not helping your case here, sister. I'm just looking to see if there's any secrets in here. No. I don't know. None of these folks are gonna help me out. Alright, I think I'm gonna save. We'll pick it up and figure it out next week. Nothing is really like jumping out, making itself apparent. So I think we'll try again next time. See if we can't figure out what the hell it is we're missing. Up to transform. Stick to webs and other surfaces. Other surfaces. Interesting. Okay, that might be the trick. We'll check that out next time. Because what that might be saying is that there are other things that we can try attaching to. I don't know off the top of my head what that would be, but it stands to reason that we would want to give that a try, right? Okay. We'll save that for next time, because for today we have some experimenting to do. We're gonna start a project and kind of see how it goes. So, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna warm up a quick snack. Everyone, this would be a good opportunity to do all those human things you gotta do. Use the bathroom, stretch, get something to eat, something to drink, a little self-care. I'm gonna run some ads while we're gone. I'll see y'all in a few minutes. And we'll get started on our D&D project. Alrighty, let me put the banner up. It's so nice having 4 monitors again. Alright, let me do this. Oh, while we're doing the ad break, I'm just gonna like unplug and replug my monitor and see if that fixes the flickering issue. So, if things go kinda haywire, don't panic. It's just me messing around, and it shouldn't crash the stream because it's all being run through the Traveler. But just a heads up. Alright, I'll see y'all in a few minutes. I'm just gonna mute the game. I'll put the lo-fi on while we're gone. Just something easy to chill with. No holiday lo-fi yet. We can start that next week. Alright, see y'all in a few minutes. Bye! sorry about that, chat. Took an extra minute, I know, but had to run around and mess with the monitor and such. It was a little haywire. I think it was the plug. We're gonna see. Right, we're gonna keep an eye on it, but doesn't seem to be flickering anymore. I think we're okay. Okay. Let's see. Where do we want? How do we want to handle this? I'm gonna open up clip. We're gonna switch over to art. We're gonna do some art time. Boop, boop, boop. And then let's jump over here. The banner down. There you go. Alright, so I do not have anything prepared. Because I wanted that to be part of the process, right? I kind of wanted to show like how I might sort of go through like having the idea and then doing some image sourcing and referencing and finding fun considerations. Though I will say I did not cheat, but you know, I've been keeping an eye on the poll and you know, started to brainstorm a couple of possibilities, right, on what we might do. I'm gonna close the game down really quickly. Alright, so that can move and I can bring you guys over here. Okay, so, just as a reminder of sorts. Oh goodness, actually I'm gonna move you guys back. It's too... I'm getting used to having a monitor not only physically bigger, but the resolution is a lot bigger and it messes with the layout of stuff. Okay, so we have the poll up, right? And everyone was able to vote for up to 3 races and up to 3 classes. I did not include backgrounds because there are a lot of them. I couldn't think of a way to really like make it smooth and simple to work with for a poll, and I didn't really want to like restrict the character to a mechanical background, you know. I figured it would just give us more room to be creative. So everyone cast their votes. And for... I did not include Warforged because it was not on the list that I was looking at, and I forgot to add it. Also, small benefit that it prevents me having to draw robots. Oh, whatever. Anyway, so we're gonna start off with the classes. Can we get a little drum roll? The winning class is Artificer, with runners-up being Bard and Ranger. So for those who are not familiar, Artificers are basically magic craftspeople. They tinker and build magical items and the augmentations that they can use in various situations and help their party out with. And then for the winning race, can we get another drum roll? The winning race is... There wasn't one! It was a 6-way tie. Between half-elf, kobold, changeling, tiefling, githyanki, and dwarf. And since there was not a runner, since there was not a decided winner, that leaves it to me to pick whichever one I feel like doing. So here's the thing. I have a little bit of a bias out of this selection though, because Kobold Artificer was a combination that I had already been thinking about. It was like, that could be really fun as a character design, as a character idea. So, kobolds, I believe, typically are depicted as dragon servants. They're sort of, they're reptilian humanoids, sort of dragon-like in nature. But one of the really interesting sort of racial traits is that kobold are fucking stupid. They are individually extremely dumb. But the more kobolds you get into a group, the smarter they become. I believe that's true for kobolds. Let me look it up. Let me double check that. I don't want to be spreading false information out here. Yes, distantly related to dragons. Personality. Ought to compensate for small size in other ways, such as humor and aggression. Eat larger creatures. Am I thinking of a different race? I'm pretty sure not. Sunlight sensitivity and pack tactics that balance their disadvantages. Interesting, okay. Susceptible to cold. So kobolds are cold-blooded due to the susceptible to cold, especially if it was brought on quickly. Enjoyed swimming and would gather together, especially after shedding. Talented miners. Greatest art for kobolds is trap making. Use of invention and cutting in traps was the mark of a good trap maker. The other art form was the pictorial representation of the tribe's history, created on the walls of a specially created room in every layer. Enjoy making jewelry from gems and precious metals encountered while mining. Could be possessive about their personal collections, and much effort was put into crafting beautiful jewelry, unlike other items, which is functional rather than aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, I swear that was a behavior of kobolds as a race. But, let me see if I can find, something to back that up. I could be misremembering. There could be some other behavior. Not good at book learning or particularly insightful. Slightly stupid but not incapable. Kobolds are frequently portrayed as hyper, obsessive, and easily distracted. They also tend to find others failing to be hilarious and get petulant or petty when others laugh at their expense. I could be completely misremembering something here. Maybe it's a rat or like a rodent race. I don't know. Okay, well, so this is a good point of reference though, to recognize that, you know, they do have a pretty sophisticated level of intelligence. Not incredible, but they're not animalistic, and they're generally considered to be above goblins in intelligence. You know, they're able to craft sophisticated items. They have a cultural and artistic form. They are able to tame the dire weasels and make them serve as guards and hunters. This resulted in lycanthropic kobold dire weasel. What? Dire wereweasels. Huh. Okay. This doesn't really... Sorry, I'm thinking and having my snack at the same time. I'm getting just a bunch of really like dumb stuff about like what's the smartest race, what's the best race, various races, and like there's a okay, let me ask my brother. My brother knows fantasy very well. Thinking two at the same time is hard. It's true. All the processing power has to go to one side of the head at the time. Okay, so this doesn't change the overall intention, right? I think it's fine. I think it's fine whether they have like a bunch of whether this pack intelligence thing is going on or not. Doesn't really change the intention, right? It'll change a little bit of the behavior, arguably, but I don't think it's going to be a big factor one way or the other. Okay. So what I want to do is we're going to add a new window capture. And I want to point it at this pure ref window, which is depicted as just a black screen, but that's okay. So let's do a few just basic image sourcings, right? Well, and there are also kobolds in Warcraft, but I believe they're depicted more as like rat people. It's very weird. Okay, so this is the current popular... Oh god, what is that? Is that showing up on the stream? Jesus. Oh, good. Good golly. Okay, so... Okay, so OBS and PureF are not getting along as a program. Here, let me try. Oh, this'll do. I had on the wrong capture format. Okay, so yeah, this is the D&D Beyond 5e iteration. Of what kobolds look like. It looks like this is sort of an older depiction. Less purely muscular, more sort of skeletal and reptilian. Oh, look at this little guy. He's so happy. He's got a morning star. Let's see. I just want to find a couple other good points of reference. Yeah, some people will definitely depict kobolds more cute, more moe. We'll just keep that one there as a reference. I honestly don't know much about kobolds outside of WoW and D&D. Those are the two places I have seen them the most. Okay, yeah, see, we'll have like this sort of iteration where the proportions are a bit more extreme, they're a bit more cutesy. Yeah, we got some flexibility. We don't have to do like one thing or another specifically. Okay, here's a really good... Oh god, that was Dungeon Meshi, wasn't it? Well, there you go. Dungeon Meshi literally just made a furry dude with a dog head. It was like, it's a kobold. So we got the WoW kobold, the D&D kobold, the cutesy kobold, and I don't even know that last one. Okay. So I think that's enough, right? One thing I think, oh, I'm gonna throw one more in just because it's so cute. This little guy. So one thing that is really important when sourcing reference material, I think in a very early stage, it is fine to cast a very wide net, right? Look at all of these various depictions and being like, oh, we can go, you know, over here and just sort of like, what do we want to do, right? Which direction sort of speaks to us? At a certain point though, you start to overload, right? You start to have conflicting information. Oh, right, this is the kobolds in Final Fantasy XIV. Freaking rat people. That's it! The kobolds in 14 have that intelligence modifier. I think. Ba 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 ba. History minion. Wait, what? Yeah, maybe that's why I'm thinking of it. Okay, etymology. The kobold, occasionally spelled with a C, is a sprite stemming from German mythology and surviving into modern times in German folklore. Although usually invisible, a kobold can materialize in the form of an animal, fire, a human being, and a candle. So fuck it. What do you want a kobold to be? A kobold may invisibly make noises, or helpfully perform kitchen chores or stable work, but it can be a prankster. It may accept a bribe or offering of milk, etc., for its efforts or good behavior. When mistreated, its reprisal can be utterly cruel. So, the fantasy kobold, as we know it, is a far cry from the folklore that they derived the name from. So, I guess I would just say don't worry about it too much. Okay, so yeah, what I was saying about the concepting is, as I'm probably not gonna bother to delete these, but as we start to like narrow in on ideas, it is a good idea to like take a smaller pool of references and only refer to those, right? If you have too many things providing too many ideas, especially if those ideas are conflicting with one another, then your references are more of a hindrance than a help, because you're looking at one and then you're looking at a different one that tells you something else, and so you like backtrack and pivot in another direction, and you just get turned around, right? So at some point you just have to sort of like narrow down your reference pool and say, this is the part that we're going to use, right? Instead of throwing many things, maybe just throw one or two things. Okay. So I'm gonna pull just a couple of artificers. I gotta close my image pool just so we don't get quite as many. I'm sure we're gonna get some AI generated images in here otherwise, right? So yeah, artificers are magic Iron Man. And as I say that, oh look, it's magic Iron Man. If you guys have watched Arcane, Jace and Victor arguably are kind of artificers, right? The way that they use magic to power machinery and create enchanted items to serve various purposes is very much sort of in the vein of what the artificer aims to do. They will often be carrying around all manner of gadgets and little odds and ends that they can cobble together to, make things on the fly. They can perhaps craft some potions, whatever sort of the situation requires, right? So here's the thing though. And this is kind of what I started to admittedly pregame. You look at a lot of these, and there's kind of a common thread in many of them, right? There's sort of a common visual language that even just doing like a Google image search, I see in a ton of these artificer designs. They're all steampunk. They're all sort of rough Victorian in some way, shape, or form. Either more like high society, pish posh, prim and proper Victorian, or more sort of like, industrial era, magical blacksmith, steampunk. And I'm not gonna say that's bad per se. It's fine. So see, like this guy is just inscribing a sword, which I think does fall under the artificer's capabilities. I think typically they're depicted as being a little bit more technological, but it's fine. Artificer is kind of a weird place as a class. Just because the whole thing that the Artificer does is make magical items, but Wizards of the Coast seems terrified of giving players too much power through magical items. So they can't really? I don't know, like, it sounds really cool, but it feels like the execution is pretty boring in a lot of situations. So like, let's, I'm just pulling up the wiki page for them. So yeah, so like at first level, and first level stuff is generally pretty mundane, so it's fine, it's understandable, but you've learned how to invest a spark of magic into mundane objects. To use this ability, you must have thieves' tools or artisan tools in hand. You then touch a tiny non-magical object as an action and give it one of the following properties of your choice. The object has a bright light in a 5-foot radius and a dim one for an additional 5 feet. Which is like melee range. Whenever tapped by a creature, the object emits a recorded message that can be heard up to 10 feet away. You utter the message when you bestow this property on the object, and the recording can be no more than 6 seconds. The object continuously emits your choice of an odor or non-verbal sound. The chosen phenomenon is perceivable up to 10 feet away. A static visual effect appears on one of the surfaces. This effect can be a picture, up to 25 words of text, lines and shapes, or a mixture of these elements as you like. Which is like, okay. At 3rd level, okay, 1st level 2 cantrips, that's fine. At 3rd level, you can choose your specialization. So you can be an alchemist, an armor, an artillerist, or a battlesmith. Let's just pick battlesmith as a point of reference. Gain proficiency with martial weapons. When you attack with a magic weapon, you can use your intelligence modifier instead of strength or dexterity. Tinkering has born you a faithful companion, a steel defender. It's friendly to you and your companions and obeys commands. Shares your initiative count but takes its turn immediately after yours. Okay. Starting at 5th level, you can attack twice rather than once. Okay, like, I don't know. All that's neat from a combat perspective, but I don't know. It just kind of feels like a flavor of fighter. Beginning at 3rd level, whenever you finish a long rest, you can magically produce an experimental elixir in an empty flask you touch. Roll on the elixir table for the effect, which is triggered when someone drinks it. As an action, a creature can drink the elixir and administer it to an incapacitated creature. You can create additional elixirs by expending a spell slot of 1st level of higher for each one. That seems shitty. So there's 6 possible options there. At 5th level, you've developed masterful command of magical chemicals, enhancing the healing and damage you create through them. Whenever you cast a spell using your alchemist supplies as a spellcasting focus, you gain a bonus of 1 roll per spell. I don't know. All of it, like, the flavor of Artificer is very interesting, and I feel like the actual mechanical execution is very whatever. Beginning at 11th level, which many characters never reach, you can now store a spell in an object. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can touch one simpler martial weapon, or one item that you can use as a spellcasting focus, and store a spell within it, using a 1st or 2nd level spell from the Artificer list that requires 1 action to cast. While holding the object, a creature can take an action to produce a spell's effect using the spellcasting modifier. If the spell requires concentration, the creature must concentrate. The spell stays in the object until it's been used a number of times equal to twice the intelligence modifier, or until you use the feature again to store a spell in another object. See, I feel like that should be like 5th level. I feel like that is a signature element of the Artificer. Why do you have to get halfway through the maximum level profession? Again, a lot of characters never reach 11th level. The campaign ends before they get there. Why is that so hard? Anyway, I'm getting a little into the weeds about the mechanics of the Artificer. We're mostly looking at this from like a design standpoint, right? We're looking at this from a visual or aesthetic standpoint. So we got a couple of things here. You know, we got magic tinkers, craftspeople, infusers, alchemists. And yeah, what I don't want to do is lean into, I know when I play Artificer, I have a lot of fun with the infusions they can do. How much do you get to actually do them? Because I feel like that's kind of the thing. I feel like that's the frustration, that it doesn't feel like you get to actually do that many or get that much of an effect from them. Okay, I see. Armor, magical strength, arcane propulsion. Okay, so arcane propulsion requires 14th level. Boots of the Winding Path is 6th level, so you don't get all of them right out the gate, which I guess is fair. Replicate magic item. Using this infusion, you replicate a particular item. You can learn this infusion multiple times. Each time you do so, choose a magic item that you can make with it, picking from the replicable items tables. Okay. It's kind of like caster spells. I don't know. I'm saying I would like Artificer to be fun. I don't know how fun it actually is. If people are enjoying it, that's fantastic. Oh, here's a fun one. We got a little Kinku Artificer making some little flying golems. That's cute. I like that. Okay, so like I was showing with, let's go, oh god, where was she? I think it was 2024. When did I make AFO? Okay, yeah, so I had the design sometime last year. When did I actually make the character? Was that 23? By name. Okay, yes. So just hide the Pura for a second. We got a few things in there. A bunch of old sketches, some color passes. Where are my references? Got some. Okay, yeah. So like I was pulling in some ideas of like Inca designs. I found a rough approximation of the written language, and I sort of tried to use her. So I thought it was really fun to bring in a sort of cultural inspiration for a lot of some of the design languages and decision making, which I think proved to be pretty successful. And that's essentially what we want to do here. So we don't want to do steampunk because everyone does steampunk, and that's really boring. It's boring because everyone does it, right? We wanna try and find something interesting, something fun, something that'll really sort of get the creative juices flowing. But what I thought was like, okay, why do people do steampunk? It's the Victorian era, it's the Industrial Revolution, it is the induction, the renaissance of all these new technologies and ideas, and it is the creator's wonderland, right? Everyone is just doing stuff, making stuff, coming up with ideas. It's like, okay, so what do we have that sort of serves in those time periods? Okay, well, so we have the Industrial Revolution, but we've ruled that one out. We have the Renaissance, which is there, but I don't know. I feel like it's too similar, right? I feel like there's not enough of a gap to really make the Italian Renaissance feel unique. So, you guys know the Dark Ages? Often described as such because Europe was suffering terribly, right? It had been the Roman Empire had fallen. It was not a great time was not looking good for much of Europe. But sort of universally referring to it as the Dark Ages was a terrible misnomer, because while things were not going great for Europe, things were looking wonderful in the Middle East. Over around the 8th to the 13th centuries, it was a period of enlightenment. There was a lot of trade of cultures and ideas and technologies flowing in from all directions, because they were kind of in the crossroads of trade from all over. So I thought it would be a very interesting approach to sort of depict our artificer as, or, you know, draw visual inspiration from somewhere a little bit different. Not to mention, you know, there's a benefit of being a very warm climate, which kobolds, being cold-blooded, would particularly take to, I imagine. You know, we can get interesting colors and visual languages brought in. And yeah, we do have to be, so we have to be careful, right? Like, this is a very nice image. It is very provocative. It's got some great ideas. Note the globe with the near perfect depiction of the Americas, which absolutely would not have been a thing. The more I look at it, the more I'm wondering if this is AI generated. It might be. I'm not going to delete it yet, but we're gonna put it off in the sus corner. I did get it off Instagram, so hardly a reliable reputable source. So one of the things that you have to be very careful of, especially in the modern internet, is the thing next to the globe. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, there's a few weird things in here for sure. That's like, okay, yeah, there's some people that are getting a little melty in here. I think we can't trust it. Okay. Anyway, well, chat. There's a really good point to reference. Always double check your sources. Double check, triple check, quadruple check. And one of the things that gets very challenging, and probably part of why steampunk is so popular, is because by, you know, the 19th century, the turn of the 20th century, we had photography. Right? So we have a lot of easy, reliable visual references. Oh, who would owned, who controlled the territory of Baghdad in the turn of the millennia? Would that have been the Abbasids? The Muslim Caliphate. Okay, yeah, 750 to 1258, the Abbasid Caliphate. Third caliphate to succeed the Islamic prophet Muhammad was founded by a dynasty descended from his uncle Abbas ibn Abdul Muttalib, from whom the dynasty takes its name. Dependence on Persian bureaucrats, notably the Barmakid family, are governing the territories, as well as an increasing inclusion of non-Arab Muslims in the Ummah. So, one of the really fun things is how much you can find out fun little tidbits. Tangential learning. So I'm pulling all of this off of history maps, which, again, I don't know, seems more reliable, but you know, still needs to be taken with a grain of salt. I'm going to include this, even though they depict it as being Cordoba and not Baghdad. But Spain was part of the Islamic world during this time period, so we will accept it. So 775 to 861 is defined as the Golden Age. So one of the things that you want to really be careful on, and I know I've been trying to sort of get to this point like 5 times and keep getting distracted by other things, is being careful about the authenticity of your sources, right? Part of the trouble that we get into with older cultures and earlier points of history is that a lot of the contemporary depictions are stuff more like this, right? Images like this are very appealing because they are, you know, they give a much higher attention to detail. They give better renditions, but you have to be careful that you're not picking up stereotypes, that you're not just saying, oh yeah, that looks right, based on what I already know, right? You want to try and at least get some primary sources in, and ideally, if you can find something that explains where something is coming from, or why something looks the way that it does, that is phenomenal. Okay, so this one is a credited image, so let me see if I can find source of it. Who is Ludwig Deutsch? Okay, so Ludwig Deutsch, born 1855 to 1935, was a French painter of Austrian origin who settled in Paris and became a noted Orientalist artist. So early enough in his body, or his body of work is early enough that we can have perhaps a little confidence that he wasn't just blowing smoke, but still need to be careful, right? Also need to be careful whether he was drawing or painting, you know, images contemporary to his time or trying to go back to an earlier period. So one of the things that I would really be curious about, you know, with this body of work that we have sort of compiled, is I would want to go in and understand the significance of the different types of headwear, right? Why some people have different forms, and if there is a particular denotation of social or cultural importance that those things depict. Right? We don't want to just kind of throw a shape in there and be like, yeah, that's correct. It's like, you have completely misrepresented what this is supposed to be. Let's see. In Shia Islam, a black head wrap around a small white cap is worn by descendants of Muhammad called Sayyids, and white turbans by other well-educated persons and scholars. Sufi Muslims often wear a green head wrap around a small cap, or the green head wrap alone. Members of the Dawati Islami movement wear green turbans, whereas members of Sunni Dawati Islami, which broke away, wear white. Okay, so if a white turban indicates education, that might be a good road for us to take. There's an article here. Caps can be spherical or conical, colorful or solid white, and this varies very widely from region to region. Likewise, the color of the turban wrapped around the consul varies. White is thought by some to be the holiest turban color based on legends that the Prophet wore a white one. Green, held to be the color of paradise, is also favored. Not all Muslims wear turbans, in fact, few of them in the West. Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, this particular one, I'm willing to hold on to this image because the stylings of the outfit, the layerings, seem to be reflected in other depictions. And the coloring in detail does seem to be corroborated by contemporary images as less particular in their detailing as they are, right? Unfortunately, trying to find images from like Baghdad Golden Age is getting a lot of depictions of the city and not so much of the people. Okay, so I think we have a good rough point of reference. You know, we've got some interesting images that we can sort of pull from. We've got some visual representation. We've got some colors. I wish I could find a little bit more. We might go back digging through image searches to see if we can't find something that'll sort of help us out a little bit more. See, as much as I would like to sort of trust that Assassin's Creed, what was it? Which one was it? Not Shadows. The one they did before. Mirage. So, OSP did a review of the cultural accuracy. What they basically said was the depiction of the city in the time period is more akin to a poem of the age than an accurate depiction of how the city looked, which is fair because it is very hard to find any accurate maps or chronicling of what Baghdad looked like in the 8th century. So it's not really their fault that they had to go for something more abstract. Really like to find something a little bit more, I don't know, I just want like one or two more contemporary images just to sort of reinforce that some of the nicer things that we're seeing are indeed accurate, right? Okay, let's see. Let's see if this gets us something. It's tiny. Okay, I do like this item, so we're gonna copy that, and I'm sure that has some usefulness. Unfortunately, these are really small images, so it's not going to be too useful, but it's something. Yeah, so unfortunately, this website does not get us a lot to work off of, but I think we're getting enough of a consistent image that we can be fairly confident going forward, right? It's not perfect, but, you know, for a sort of brief overview, without getting considerably more academic, I think we can argue that we're doing okay. Well, and if we go, so we have a illumination here, which is stated as being from 829. Well, Okay, yeah, that's not really gonna help us. I thought it might, and then I looked at it and I'm like, not so much. Okay. Alright, one more contemporary, and I think we can call that good. You know, we're seeing the same sort of approximate ideas. Okay, so I think this is consistent enough, right? I think we're seeing some reasonable ideas that we can pull from. You know, the depictions of kobolds themselves tend to be pretty sort of tribal, pretty minimal in their dress, so these guys definitely have more than a loincloth, which seems to be a very frequent representation. So I think we'll go something sort of approximately in the middle, right? If we were to do, you know, some dress denoting station, some dress for the function of environmental protection and cultural wear, I think that'll put us in a pretty good spot. So I'm gonna sort of nudge this up into the corner just for our own purposes, right? Just so we can sort of keep tabs on all of that. Yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of that guy. Take artificers and sort of bring them down just so we can sort of have everything a little bit neater. I really recommend Pura for stuff like this, you know, just putting together large collections of reference images, or having things in a nice semi-orderly fashion. Very helpful. Right, so you can just sort of put that there. Okay, so with all of that sort of laid out, let's get to actually putting something on the board, shall we? Where's my pen? There we go. So, hang on one second. My tablet has gotten confused which working area it should be pointing out. There we go. Okay, and pressure's working. Perfect. All right. So I don't necessarily want to do quite the like crazy big eyes of this one, and I kind of like the bottom heavy depiction of it, right? The heavier legs and the thick tail. I like leaning into that. I kind of want to go in that direction. Not quite so cutesy as this, I do think it's very cute, but, you know, something sort of in here, and maybe a little bit of the sky. Less, I don't know. I just don't like this one. I don't like the 5e kobold. It's just so, like, Do you get what I mean when I say it just feels generic? It's like, it's a big muscly guy with dragon features. So it's a kobold. I don't know, it doesn't have, for a monster race, it just feels very whatever. Whereas, I don't know, it's like really sort of go for that low, wide situation, right? We sort of have the hips, we got a big tail that can sort of drag behind it. You can have sort of stockier forelegs personality. Yeah, like there just isn't really any personality to the 5e kobold. It's just there, and you see it and you're like, yeah, it's a kobold, I guess. That's fine. So, we are doing a little bit of double duty here, because I'm sort of approaching this from like a making an entire race or culture here, but we do want to narrow it down to a specific character, right? We want to come up with something that like is specific, unique. So one thing that is really helpful when you are doing that, you know, it's really common, it's really easy to just sort of do a pose, right? Just do a generic standing pose. But just having your character stand there does not give any like personality or interest. It doesn't do anything to help depict your character, right? Like, I guess that's also part of it. Like, okay, you see he's got a sling, you see he's got a knife, so you're like, all right, he's a fighter. But like, this has so much more personality, this has personality, this sort of gives a sense of like what they're about. Like, I like this one, sort of showing their craftsmanship, more than I like this one. This one is better rendered, but I don't know, it's just kind of a pose. It doesn't have the same sense of like, what is the character about? What are they doing? What are they like? I'm drawn way too big for this early, so you know, we could do that, and just for the sake of argument, we could say, well, what if we made something more top heavy, right? What if we did something and we can sort of reinforce it with the clothing that the outfit sort of helps to make them more top heavy. They've got sort of like a considered hands together motion, right? What if they're hunging? And then their outfit sort of cuts out and they've got like little baby legs. You know, early on, it's a good idea to sort of explore different ideas and see if something really sticks, if something is particularly interesting. But you know, eventually you start to sort of narrow it down, figure out what is and isn't working. I do kind of like the general top or bottom heavy vibe still, though Maybe we could do a bit of both. Maybe we could do like a sort of large upper outfit around a really thin frame. Right, so we sort of got this like low, wide stance from these thick legs, these thick upper legs, and then the spine is sort of, you know, leaning forward, so they've got that sort of like raptor posture to them. They've got the big tail that sort of balances it out, and then the legs are sort of situated underneath that. Maybe because of that, like, instead of, you know, having a work belt or like a utility belt, a toolkit that sort of goes all the way around, they can sort of have like a kangaroo pouch, so everything hangs low in front of them, because, you know, they've got this sort of underslung real estate, and it's all just right there at their hands. So everything is just there all the time and ready to go. I haven't really started in on the turban just because I think that's going to be a really interesting balancing act. You know, I think we're going to stick with the horns. I think that's a reasonable enough thing to hold on to that feels very consistent. Even though there's a surprising number of representations that have ears instead of horns. Well, this one has both. But we're gonna need to figure out how to sort of reconcile the presence of the horns with the inclusion of headwear. Here, let's do a close-up study for that. We sort of do like these brow crests, right? So we can have the eyes sort of wrapping around. So kind of going like that and like that. Sort of create like a beak with some nostrils. And have the skull. So the horns are on a lot of creatures are sort of situated behind the brow line. And so if you have something like that, and I don't know exactly what the horns are going to be. Maybe they vary from kobold to kobold. It's not like a absolute shape that is universal. So sort of my initial thought, that was the wrong tool. I'm just going to copy this off for easy duplication purposes. So I think if we just put the turban on top, right, it would look really dumb. It would look really dumb. It wouldn't sit well with the anatomy of the character. I don't really like that as a general idea or approach. You know, we've got this sort of forward leaning, so we're gonna have really strong like rear and neck muscles. So what if instead of just like sitting directly on top of the head, what if we had sort of the cap element that seems to be very frequent? What was the term that was used? Oh, I think I closed it already. Shit. Let me go find it again. Okay, so this is Sikhism, which is not Middle East, so you gotta be careful about that. Oh, what was the term? The Kalon Sua. I'm probably saying that wrong. Cap that is wrapped around by a turban. Yeah, do you have... Okay, yeah, so it's just a little... sort of a small hat that you then wrap the cloth of the turban around. So what if we had sort of a hat that could sit between the two? Or between the horns, right? And then that sort of forms the basis, but it sort of like wraps around the horns that way. And then the mass of the turban, the sort of bigger structure of it, rests sort of behind the horns and then goes down the neck. Something like that, perhaps, is a rough idea. One other thing that sort of occurred to me going through some of the exploration of the kobolds, you know, they seem to be particularly interested in jewelry and, you know, have sort of their own collections of items. So, you know, it might be a bit of a cultural thing that they adorn the turban with jewelry, precious metals, particularly along the straps that sort of go along the front. Sort of create a additional flourishes denoting status or, you know, the collection, the size of their holdings. You know, we might do... We have sort of the side of the head. I'm kind of leaning towards having less of like a hard brow out here and more sort of like a sloped shape. Right, but we got the skull, we've got the jawline right there. I'm just sort of roughing out an approximate idea. We've got the horns, which are going to come in behind there. So yeah, we would sort of have this cap sitting right there, and then the straps of the turban. So maybe, again, because we have this really like strong neck with these powerful muscles, they're sort of holding it in that more forward position, like you would see on a horse or something. So the turban doesn't necessarily need to sit as like a large shape, again, straight on top of the head. Maybe it can sort of flow down the neck a little bit. There can be more sort of emulation of the natural form of the kobold's skeleton. Sort of getting it to work with the physiology and respond to it rather than just sort of sit awkwardly on top of it. I'm not happy with the shape of the head or anything. I'm just sort of roughing out the idea of what I might want the turban to do. I think there's something there. I think it is a recurring enough element that you wouldn't really want to ignore it altogether, right? You know, we can also have that particular consideration of the white being denoting of scholarly pursuits. So, you know, maybe they can have white as the core of the element, or the core of the headdress, denoting that they are academic, that they are learned, but then you can have like an additional stripe of fabric or something to denote their speciality, you know, medicines, the arcane, technologies of war, etc. Or, you know, we have this one individual that has a long fabric sort of rolling down the side coming out of it, so maybe that could be the colored element. You can sort of wrap up and over, create some nice asymmetry. That could be cool. Oh yeah, what if we did, so I'm just gonna sort of rough the shape of the head here. Right, we got big eye, big eye. I like that nose. Good nose. Good booper. Yeah, we already got strap 1, right, which would wrap around each of the horns. Strap 1, strap 2, we've got the sort of cap helping to hold it in place. We've got the turban sort of wraps around the back, so like this strap could be the denoted color, you know, sort of gets folded in underneath the other one. And then sort of tucks away into the shape of the turban and comes out on the other side and sort of forms like a sash or a shawl that sort of goes around and wraps back in. I like that idea. That's fun. That's good. Still gonna, I think, go through a few iterations figuring out the physiology of everything, but yeah, we got this sort of wide forward angled posture. Got the sash that's sort of coming down this way. Not that big. Not that big. We don't want it to be like the thing that takes up all of the room on the character. Just, you know, a clear delineating element. Yeah. Let's see. How much do we want? Because all of the clothing for humans, understandably, is very covering, because humans and sun historically have difficulties getting along. But I feel like kobolds would be more resistant to things like sunburn. one on the wiki dot, or the Forgotten Realms wiki. It says most kobolds were miners and so dressed in sleeveless tunics and breeches, but kobolds enjoyed dressing in more elegant clothing for festivities. It included clothes made from silk or leather, but tailored clothes were only common among the leaders. Garments were often made to complement the wearer's eyes, which involved the use of orange or red dyes. Other garments might be dyed to demonstrate the wearer's affinity to a particular kind of dragon. Kobolds required the dexterity in their feet too often to wear footwear, and the soles of their feet were hard enough to cope with most certain surfaces. Due to the amount of time kobolds spent mining, gemstones were readily available, and they used them to adorn their clothing and to make jewelry. Okay, so I'm kind of leaning towards the jacket, or the overcoat, right? I think if we were to do like a coat, and then something simpler than this underlying piece, just like a shift of some kind, or, you know, a simple undershirt that sort of works underneath the jacket, I feel like that would probably be an effective balance of sorts. So if you were to do, say, something like that, I'm not sure what this... Oh, I think it's me trying to get the fucking, like, shoulders to work. You know, got the jacket sort of coming down that way, right? And we can sort of leave that open in the middle. So I was going to give them like a skirt or a long tunic. But then we need to think about how that reconciles with the tail, right? It's got this big ass tail that is either just going to cause this the skirt to ride up and be effectively useless, or it needs to like tie in underneath the tail, or tie around the tail. It could tie around the tail. It could be that the shift that I was thinking of, right, sort of goes like that, sort of wraps around, and then it's just like longer in the front. So rather than like wrapping over the legs entirely, it just sort of drapes in between them. And then we can have, so no shoes. I think at that point the question is, do we have anything on the legs at all? Because I'm seeing a lot of robes, right? I'm seeing a lot of like dresses and sort of open leg wear. So if it doesn't really make sense, maybe we can have... Okay, yeah, actually, what if we had like a split thing? So it sort of goes over the sides of the legs? Right, so we've got a drapery in the front, in the middle. We've got a drapery over each of the sides, and then it just sort of is open on the back to allow for the free movement to the tail. I still don't like the shoulder setup that we have, but you know, it's fine for the argument of what are we doing with the overall direction of it. It also doesn't help that they don't have arms. That's a little bit awkward. Okay. I like this general direction. I think this is working. I think this is making sense. I think this is feeling pretty good. I think we're getting a good sort of like general design template for the kobolds in this culture, right? How they sort of present themselves and the way that they sort of depict their professions and their status. So, you know, all that kind of laid out, I do feel like we're still doing that A pose thing, right? I'm not really sort of considering the personality of the character yet. Let's go look at our background lists, because this can be helpful, but I will read them all off, and hopefully it will help to illuminate why I didn't include it in the poll. So, possible backgrounds based off of the list that I pulled from. We have acolyte, anthropologist, archaeologist, athlete, charlatan, city watch, clan crafter, cloistered scholar, courtier, criminal, entertainer, faceless, faction agent, far traveler, Lost, fisher, folk hero, giant foundling, gladiator, guild artisan, guild merchant, haunted one, hermit, house agent, inheritor, investigator, knight, knight of the order, marine, mercenary veteran, noble, outlander, pirate, rewarded, ruined, rune carver, sage, sailor, shipwright, smuggler, soldier, spy, urban bounty hunter, urchin, Uthgard tribe member, Waterdavian noble, witchlight hand. So there's a lot in there. I kind of smuggler has some interesting ideas in there. It would have been a very long poll. I don't know that even if we had included every letter as a react option, we would have had enough. No, that's like 45 options. So I figured we would just leave that until we got to the stream, and then we could discuss it, right? So, I don't know. Are there any that are sort of standing out to you as being particularly potentially interesting? I'm intrigued by smuggler. Someone sort of leaning into the not, fully illegal, but more sort of gray side of the city. Being willing to bring in interesting items and help other people get the stuff that they're looking for in exchange for the stuff that our protagonist is interested in. I feel like Rune Carver is a little too direct. It doesn't feel like it feel like it adds personality or specifics. It doesn't present a new angle to the character. Cloistered Scholar also has some potential in there. I mean, maybe it could be both, right? Maybe it's a cloistered scholar of some renown, some good repute, but what everyone doesn't know is that they actually are like smuggling components and goods in and out of the city. I kind of dig that. I kind of dig that angle. I do like this sort of upturned nose detail. I kind of want to see if I can retain that as we go through other iterations. Right, so we'll keep the bridge of the nose long. It just sort of pops up right at the end. So you got this sort of crazy neck thing going on. I don't know why I'm making them look just like a fucking dinosaur. I guess I know why I'm making them look like a dinosaur. now that I say it, it's like, no, that's kind of what they are. They've got a wee bit of dino in them. And then, yeah, give them that more sort of forward lean is like, yeah, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. Don't pretend that you're not. I think I just want to sort of get rid of that upward turn just because it feels like it locks the expression in too much. Yeah, and we'll keep the shoulders, I think, fairly humanoid just so that we have something more reliable to work with, because otherwise the shoulder blades are gonna like wrap down here and it gets like, what? So we'll keep that aspect of it fairly humanoid, you know, give them the dexterity of that, but then sort of the arrangement of the chest and lower body can be more horizontal. Got the tail sort of coming out like this. They seem to usually be depicted as three-fingered. We'll go with that. Sort of one hand leaning into there, or reaching into their pouch of goodies. Right, again, you know, we're not going to have a utility belt because the utility belt would sort of get in the way of the movement of the leg, so everything is just sort of carried underneath them, or in the open space between the legs.
let's see, if we go back up here. Okay, so importantly, no collar. They are not a society of high collars. Very low. Very open. And then I think, you know, we'll sort of leave the clavicle open, leave the collar open. The collar musculature, right? So the sort of shift that we are looking at is more sort of like something that would sort of connect in underneath the arms, underneath the shoulders, and just sort of wrap around the torso before making its way down. Got the bag right here. Don't sorta kinda fuss in a little bit more accurately. Something like that maybe. Got our horns, which I still haven't dialed in, but you know, sort of roughen the approximate shape of it. Got the turban, which will sort of continue like that. Which way did I have it before? Far side. So yeah, this side would just be simple white. Colored side going around like that. And I think, yeah, so this depiction is only on this one individual of the sleeves terminating at the elbow. More frequent seems to be full length. So you have these guys that are doing like, yeah, I think we'll just do full length sleeves. Well, no, why don't we split the difference, right? Because kobolds tend not to wear sleeves at all. So maybe we'll just do some short sleeves. Or maybe we can do, ooh, you know what? Because we were thinking about doing that like large profile, maybe they can have like poofy sleeves that sort of create a particular silhouette. Right, sort of form a unified shape with the rest of the jacket. Create a certain design language when they're in a formal posture. I'm not getting the standing pose for this very good, but
Oh, I don't know if I wanna. I don't wanna. feel like I'm trying to try to have it both ways, where I have like a pronounced rib cage that sort of rolls forward, and then a pelvis that like rolls backwards. I don't know. Maybe I can pull it off. It would probably also pull them away from the dino vibes a little bit, right? Give them a bit more of a sophisticated. Upright posture. I don't know. How's the idea sort of feeling to you guys so far? Give a strong pelvic bone to help hold everything up, hold it all together. Bring the tail down just a little bit. There we go. Just so it's not like coming out of the back for some reason. I'm kind of digging this like S-shaped horn, so it like goes up, and then it comes down, and then sort of loops back around at the end, kind of goat-like. And of course I'm choosing like the hardest shape. I could just do a spike. I could do a spike, I could do an upward swoosh, but no, I want to make it difficult. Because I'm a masochist, I guess. None of these sketches should be this big. None of them need to be this big. They can all be like a tenth of the size. Yeah, so you can have this really big sort of poofy sleeves that create a silhouette with the body. Right, really sort of accent the upper and lower bodies. You got the wide, structural hip with the tail. And then the body sort of gets balanced out by being accentuated by the outfit. Got the pouch right here. I don't want to just do a basic ass adventure pouch. Just a box with a flap on it. What can we do? I don't know that I'm gonna find anything particularly sort of unique in its design, but I feel like this would be a really good opportunity to introduce something unique, either something that we're pulling directly from history or something that we can sort of create as a depiction, something more sort of bespoke. What about I don't think clay is going to work. I was thinking if, there was sort of an idea of the kobolds historically, being more sort of wanderers in the desert, nomadic peoples that eventually came to reside in the city, but some of their more desert dwelling customs, like using pottery, that sort of persisted and taken on a new meaning. Actually, yes. Okay, the pottery is still gonna be a little bit weird. It's gonna be very large in an awkward way, but I kind of really like the idea of what if instead of your typical D&D leather bag, they have a pot. Like a pot with a drape on it. And it can be wicker bound so that it doesn't chafe as badly. And then that's sort of wrapped around or belted to the waist. And that's where they keep all their knickknacks and their artificed particulars. Okay, still struggling a little bit to depict the jacket the way that I want to, but we're getting there. Yeah, we'll have sort of a split down the middle so that it can drape around the tail and over the sides. Right shape. No, it needs to come around more. Something more like that. Then we can have the shift underneath that sort of starts right there. So the neck will be sort of left exposed. Sorry, I gotta look up Not the drink. The actual horse neck, please. Yes, thank you. Okay, yes, so there's a very sort of strong neck muscles that are wrapping that way. I'm kind of thinking we just leave the legs like minimally covered or completely exposed. Maybe we can have some sort of ornamentation along the shin. But I'm not seeing a lot of indication of stuff that would be there, if that makes sense. Maybe we can have like a bangle or something, a little bracelet on one leg, just to sort of keep things ornamentated? Sure. We'll pretend that's a word. Okay, and then yeah, we'll have the shawl of the turban sort of come around the neck like that and wrap back in on the other side. Really want to have these sort of spiky, bony elements, right? The really pronounced elbow protrusion. Maybe not that much, but yeah, something like that looks good. Can sort of, yeah, not really a high shoulder situation either, right? So we can give it a little bit more depth. I think we're losing some of that, but we don't really want to like have a popping angle to the shoulder or anything. There we go. And yes, I'm basically just giving them raptor feet because fuck it, raptor feet rule. What? So I saw artificers have some weapon capability. I get the sense that it's not really the focus of their equipment, because it was saying that like thief or artisan tools need to be in their hands to do a lot of like item imbuing. Mostly just thinking about what other equipment it would make sense to have visible on the character, right? Really sort of show their activity, so to speak. There's a stat they might do for offense, it would be dexterity. Yeah, and though I saw the, was it the War Battlesmith, can use intelligence as their stat modifier when they are doing combat, because that's kind of their focus. So we've got the pot. I think the pot is a cool detail. I like that little aspect. It gives them, you know, something just to be unique in their personality. We're not gonna give them like a big shawl or anything. I think a big shawl is just like kind of defeats a lot of the effort that we put into making them more distinct in their depiction. Maybe we can make the cowl a little bit longer, just so it sort of reaches down to like the mid chest. Let's see, we got the hands. Maybe we can put, do we want to put something on there? Not really. I feel like that's a pretty frequent element for artificers and just fantasy characters in general, to have some sort of bracer or forearm wear. But you know, we've got the classic leather wrappings and such. Some class really focus on the staff for checks without worrying about its often. I mean, that makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna leave this sketch alone because I like it. I think it's in a good spot. I don't think we really need to move it or like go forward with it. But what I just thought of is we can do something like this, and this will be a good little study moment, just to make sure that we're, you know, making a head that sort of functions in the round, right? We're not just making a singular shape that doesn't work as soon as you turn it like 5 degrees. Okay, so where's how I want to do this? Okay, so yeah, shoulder, the alchemy jug. So what I realized, because I really like the jug, right? I really like that as an element and a visual sort of language for the character and their culture. But it's not really enough, right? It's like we've got this character that is going to be making and crafting stuff constantly, and it just feels like the one jug is not sufficient to that end, right? So what I want to do effectively, once a day, using their action, the person holding the jug may name one liquid from the below table, and the jug will produce up to the maximum amount listed for the liquid, after which can be poured at a rate of up to 2 gallons per minute. Huh. A jug of endless liquid. Near endless. Long term endless. Excuse me. So, what I'm thinking is we're gonna make the sleeves hidden pockets. Right? The sleeves of the jacket can hold items. That's their inventory. That's the extra stuff on top of their own sort of personal jug. Okay, so we have elements, right? I like the elements, I like the ideas. I'm sort of double checking the head, but I feel like it's working pretty well. At the moment, I'm not really keen on the visual language yet. I don't feel like we have quite nailed that in. It just feels like we have a bunch of parts, and the parts are good, but now we need to balance them. How are we going to do that? It could be a jug of holding. That would make sense. Maybe that can be part of the evolution of their culture as urban dwellers, is that they can just imbue their jug with being effectively bottomless. It becomes the only jug they need. And then we wouldn't need to worry as much about it being practically sized, quote unquote. Okay, so and we could always balance it by saying, well, it's a minor jug of holding, so it can only hold like 50 gallons of stuff instead of all the gallons, whatever. It's like I'm an artificer. Of course I enchant my own stuff. What are you talking about? Okay, so I like all of this. We're gonna knock it back a little bit. I'm gonna make a new layer. We're gonna save because I haven't done that yet. Okay, so we're gonna take it a step or two back. A cloak of billowing. Dexterity -1, aura plus 10. Okay, so I like the top heavy idea. Right? I think that's fun. Or not top heavy, bottom heavy. Opposite. I like the bottom heavy idea. And I realize I'm kind of just making Joe Cat's little fella right now. That's okay. We'll get there. Right? But sometimes it's a good idea to just sort of like step back and really simplify the shape and figure out like what's the target here, right? What are you trying to get at? And go from there. See, if we've got our jacket can sort of form a triangle coming down like that, with the sleeves providing the outer shape. Got little nubbin legs like that, and then the tail sort of filling out the bottom. All it does is blow constantly like there's a gentle wind. You're trying to sleep, but the ruffling of the cape keeps you awake. You can't use it as a blanket because it keeps like gently wafting up and letting the air in. Yeah, so from a front view or from a side profile, right? Something like this that we sort of, not that much dump truck, right? Sort of not, I think what I was doing before was much more like forward leaning by a wide margin. Whereas I think we would do something more like this where it's like the front profile is very vertical and then the tail sort of balances that a little bit, but it's not like this, right? That's a little extreme. It just keeps blowing straight up in the air. Your party is drowning in a water trap and the artificers sitting there with their mask of water breathing like, y'all thought it was really funny. Well, who's laughing now? Oh, not you, because you can't breathe. Being prepared is always a good thing. Okay, I like this. I want to try one thing just for the sake of argument, not because I'm like, oh yeah, this is definitely something that's going to happen a lot, but I'm thinking about this. I'm like, does this make sense? Does this work? If the character like got down on all fours, what would that look like? We got the jacket sort of coming up like that. We got the shoulders. Yeah, it is important when you are making designs like this to put them in different situations. Imagine the kinds of environments that they might be in, the kind of actions that they might be doing. And think about, does it work in more than just a standing pose? Right? Because the little bit that I have done so far is mostly just sort of thinking about like them walking around the room, basically being an NPC. You know, if they get like into a fight, if they get confronted, if they get knocked down, if they, you know, is there some sort of more ancestral or animalistic side that still affects some of their behavior? Spin this, but one of the infusions can be prosthetics, like a prosthetic limb. Not really. I don't think that's in the direction for this character. Oh, one of the things I wanted to put on was like cloth wrappings for the ribbon, or for the tail. Sort of in the same way that the shawl comes down from the head, we can have some reflected elements on the tail. These sort of big sleeves coming around like that. Got the horns right there. We've got the headdress, the turban. We got some jewelry on the ribbon side. I'll pull that shape out a little bit more. All loop kind of hanging low. Let's see, does this list have... That's the kobold. Where did the artificer go? There you are. Okay, so you know 4 infusions at level 2, and you can know up to 12 by max level. Here's the list. Okay, I see. That's what I was looking at before, that some of them require certain levels before you can actually use it. Okay, interesting. Yeah, we can have the bag of holding. One expended spell slot as an action. The recovery slot can be a third level or lower. Once used, the ring can't be used until the next dawn. That's fun. Does it have to be a ring? I mean, that's what it says, but who's really gonna say? Winding path, focus. Awareness. Oh, you know what would be really fun? Maybe the infusions can be the ornamentation on the headdress. So like depending on your school and your focuses, you can get different infusions to reinforce that focus. Probably do a close-up shot soon. I'm mostly just kind of like, I want to get the sort of body proportioning and visual language a little more dialed in, right? I kind of like this. I like this profile because I think it does allow a more lean forward for like action or manic poses. You know, if they get like really intense or focused on something, you know, if they need to run. You know, maybe they could sort of come in and be like, oh, what's going on here? You know, maybe they're taking notes. They got a quill, a piece of parchment going, and they're like, a lot of times I'm not overly concerned with the mechanical rules of the game when I'm designing the character. Like with AFO, I hadn't technically decided if she was going to be a wizard or a sorcerer by the time I finished creating her. Sorcerer makes a lot more sense sort of given her background, but it's like, I don't know, it's a caster. I was more intrigued with like the iconography and the visual language and sort of denoting her character. It's all about the vibes, baby. the jackets are coming down like that. Okay, I like the general vibe of it. I just feel like there's sort of a it's not quite stitching together the way that I would like it to. I don't think it's like a feature that it's missing. It's not a it's just like the depiction is still a little bit too scattered. It's not weighted the way that I would like it to be. It's not balanced. Let's try this. So if they're sort of getting to their more upright posture, right? Really sort of curve the back, pop the chest. Right, we sort of get that. Sort of lean onto the tail more. Getting a little bit smug up in this bitch. Part of it is just figuring out how to do the frickin' digitigrade legs. Which is obviously not something that I spend a lot of time with, so I'm figuring it out a bit as I go. Let's see. Maybe? No, let's not make the nose or the snout a lot shorter. A little bit, sure. I don't think it's a matter of like the length of that. And I do want to keep this pretty straight. Right, I don't want to let that bit of a at least rounding of the volume. Good. And then I come back in, build out the chest a little bit more. shawl coming down like that. The horns. Good. 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 So we got our general ornamentation, or we got our general shape of the headdress. I think gives us a good sort of overall upper presence, and then the lower presence, you know, sort of got the flare of the jacket to tie that together. Now, what the fuck are the arms doing? Okay, sleeves not quite that far down. We don't want them to drape onto the forearm. We want it to really be like an accentuation of the elbows profile. Something like that. Okay. I think making the head a bit smaller and the neck a bit longer will help. I think that's might be part of what feels weird, is just that it's still so human in a lot of ways, and I just need to lean more into the inhuman nature of it. Gotta be careful not to make some kind of like fucking Sonic OCI or some shit here. There we go. Okay, going back to some of our reference. Okay, so that's not gonna give me a lot of indication or help on the styling of the turban. So I think what we're actually gonna do, so I still like our sort of forward ribbon elements, and I think we're gonna have more sort of a horizontal wrapping. I think what I was going for before was something a bit more akin to a chic design, which is not correct. See, again, you gotta double check your preconceptions and make sure that you're not working off of them. Kobolds are, I mean, obviously it's gonna vary a lot, but they're not, wiry thin. They definitely have musculature. Keep the tail pretty big. We can add the cloth wrappings sort of coming down like that. Sort of loosely tied around the tail so that they can hang. I like this curve a lot. So if we have sort of a long brow, got the cranium back here, got the neck sort of coming out the rear of it, right? This sort of comes like that. We've got the sides of the muzzle. Then we got the cheekbone. So keep the underside fairly straight. I think that sort of bounces well against the sort of longer form of it, or the curved outside. Yeah, sort of by this design, I think the brow, the eye sort of sits inward like that. The horns are going to be somewhere right about here. There we go. Go. Get in here with a more specific rendition of the turban, right? Scale it down a little bit. Flatten this part out a little bit. And have it be more sort of accentuating the length of the neck rather than trying to push out from behind it. Let's see. Yeah, so you can sort of have us look on like that. And then, yeah, we can have this sort of come down like that. So we've got the shape sort of forming in there. Right, the shape sort of flows underneath the eye. We'll sort of have the soft tissue where the jaw meets. Yeah, I kind of like this like upturned shape. So like it's you know a bit beakish on both ends, but it sort of favors the shape of the nose over elongating over the mouth. And then the shawl can sort of come down like this. And get the collar and sort of the shirt rendered in that way. Get those nice strong neck muscles, right? Get the sort of connective tissue of the thyroid, the Adam's apple. I don't have a pattern in mind. I mean, we've got that. I don't really care for it. And admittedly, okay, so these guys, some of them have quite a bit of patterning going on, though the scale is such that I can't really tell. I'm kind of inclined to just leave it. Just let it be like solid colors. Alrighty, boss. Appreciate you hanging out. Good to have you with us. I hope you get some very good rest. I hope you have a very good rest of your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. sort of double check in against some of our references. That one has a fucking like dog nose or some shit. So stupid. Sorry. I'm being so toxic. But I think we will leave for the sort of reptilian or crocodile nose. Right, so that sort of beak shape. Well, actually, no, hang on. I don't think we want to. Like, we did that on this one. I think we actually did do it on most of the renditions. Yeah, because the other thing that we could do would be to create sort of a diamond shape on the front of the nose. Right, so it's sort of got like this type of situation. And then the nostrils are sort of built into that. It's a dinosaur of some type that gets depicted with a beak like that. Don't remember which one. I just want to double check our designs from more of a front view now, right? Because you don't want to wind up with a bald eagle situation where you're like so side profile, so majestic, so strong, so noble, and then you look at it from the front and you're like, Jesus Christ. Even this, I'm doing like a 7/8. I'm not really sort of checking it in front profile. So let's see if we can't line that up a little bit better. Yeah, see, I'm just making a dinosaur person. It's just all dinos all the time. I mean, we can. I think what's going to be really important to the front profile is making sure that the cheekbones have proper accentuation and flare, right? So that the eyes sort of situated into the skull at more of a side angle, you know, not completely forward facing like a human, but not sideward facing like a prey animal. Sort of have the full angle of view. Sort of slope this outward, make it a little bit more convex. I think that's one thing that I sort of want to lean into with this, right? Is as much as I do want to retain a lot of like sharp angles and dragon lineage that the kobolds have, I don't want them to sort of carry that like concave, emaciated look. Right? Like this is a group that has, for the last however many generations, incorporated themselves into higher society and established themselves as learned and respected members of the society. Right? They're not a race of brigands and murderers and thieves, as the monster races so often get pigeonholed into. pour myself some tea really quickly. We are fast running out of time, so I figure we'll work on this for like, well, I say 1 or 2 more streams. We're still nailing down the design specifics. We haven't even gotten to like color or something approaching a final rendition. Okay, yeah, so if we have sort of this like brow ridge, right, that sort of goes out like so, and then we got the cap, which accentuates the turban. Ribbons sort of come out like that. Horns are going to sort of wrap around themselves like so. About the the front profile is still not quite landing the way that I would like it to. It's getting closer, it's still just a little bit off, a little bit weird. I think I know. Well, I have an idea anyway. Similarly, I don't know that it makes him look less silly, but I think it makes him look like a chicken. They look like a fucking chicken. Here, let's make this smaller. We can have a little bit more of the actual jaw structure. Bring in the form like that. Okay, so you got the powerful neck muscles, so that's going to be fairly sort of prominent and wide around. Oh, what? Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, you know, it's a little bit silly from the front. I'm not sure we're going to be able to get around that. Let's see. I think it's working for the most part. How do dragons not look that way from the front? Let's find out. Let's see. If we... Well, so we have this depiction of a figurine of Smaug. So I think a big part of how they get away with it is having more flare towards the back of the head. More spines, more frills along the jawline, along the crown. You know, this is stock vectors from Shutterstock, so I'm not gonna take them as the highest quality rendition, but you can see, like the top left one here, that has fewer spines, it has less of that frilling, it does get a little bit more into that like horse face look. Yeah, Smaug has more of like a top plane of the head above the brow line. Which, like, if we go and look at it, oh, yeah, I think this is from the movie. Yeah, like you can see it's much, well, it's not much more like bottom heavy. Like the top is very narrow, the eyes are situated very high, but then the sort of angle that they pitch it at, you know, the fact that he tends to keep his head very low also means that he sort of has the back of the neck to sort of fill that space out and give it something you might argue is more resembling of a human profile. Not all the time, but it seems to be a fairly frequent way that they shoot the character, at least in The Hobbit. You know, his head is sort of coiled like a serpent. His neck is, rather. Like there's this Weta figurine or Weta bust that they made, and you can see how they sort of have that snake coil, so the top of the neck fills in that profile. So I guess, like, if we were to take this as a point of reference, if we wanted to sort of get this feeling a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, so I think it would be... Okay, I see. So we can sort of slim the cheekbone down a little bit, right? I still want to keep that sort of general outward point, but maybe not quite so far out. Right, we can keep that, and then we would actually lean more into the jawline. Really sort of let that have some prominent feature, perhaps? I don't like where that's going, though. It just... it feels like we're making shapes, we're not making a skull. It feels like we're not making something that actually has anatomic consistency in any way. Well, maybe in sort of a similar fashion. The shoulder shouldn't be quite so far down. This given very, like, just dude with a mask on vibes, and less actually different bone structure vibes. You don't draw much furry art, do you, Kaiga? No, how could you tell? It really is. It's like understanding how the anatomy can be flexed to get particular ideas or particular forms without feeling wrong or uncanny. It's a unique talent for sure. Feels a little bit better. Yeah, I like the rounded out brow. I think that's interesting. It's a little unique. Just gives us something to work with, you know. Okay, and then let's sort of bring the ridge that forms into the horn a bit more inward like that, so we actually have like a shape. We have a dimension there, and not just kind of a line. That feels more like something. I'm gonna hunch him a little bit more. Oh, okay, maybe not like that though. I do like having the shawl sort of serve as a silhouette. Like it sort of defines the outer profile and then the face is sort of framed by it. I feel like that gives us a lot to work with. Yeah, and as much as I like, you know, big iconographic shapes, I really don't want to make the turban too big, because I feel like if I did it, it would become like a caricature. It wouldn't sit as a, it wouldn't feel authentic to a culture. It would feel like a costume. I really want to make sure that it continues to feel like something that, you know, this character's culture has defined over generations and incorporated, and they have, you know, their sort of subtle cues and social status that they depict through it. Okay, I like it though. I think we're getting into something really interesting. So I think what we will do is next Tuesday we will sort of continue to clean it up. Doing the profile shots though, I think helped a lot. Really sort of gives us a good sense of where we're headed with it. So just to jump back to AFO for a little bit, to sort of give us some idea, right? So let's get rid of all of these. So we had, you know, very early iterations, and you can see this one went faster, shall we say, right? We sort of got to a point where it's like, okay, I have an idea of what I want to do here, and then it was just sort of like refining the details, getting some of the specifics more dialed in. And then once I found one that I liked, I started sort of messing around with different color arrangements. Until you can see the one that I really landed on. And I was like, oh, that one. So I think we'll do something effectively to this level, right? With our head shape, here's what would make sense. It's true. It's true, because it's not sitting on top of their head like a human. It's sort of resting and draping down the back of it, down the neck. So yeah, we're right about, I'd say we're right about here, right? We have the general sense of it. We have a pretty good idea of the overall distribution of details, the shape language that we want to use. So I think what we'll probably do on Tuesday, going back here, is maybe try and push a little bit more shape language, you know, get a little bit more like consistency in some of the features, maybe add in some more secondary details to reinforce and repeat ideas in different locations, and really try and get like a good depiction with everything properly included, right? We almost got there with this one, but it still feels like very haphazard. Any kind of horn decoration See, I thought about it, but I feel like the turban already has so much going on that the horn would just be busy. We could maybe put like a little bangle on there, you know, just a little like shock of metal or a little studded piece, but not like a lot, you know? Just like one element just to sort of give a bit of ornateness or flair. So yeah, I think we've got a good direction that we are going with it, and now it's really just sort of dialing everything in. And then we can start messing with colors, which is always fun. It's always a good time. So yeah, we'll do sort of cleanup and additional detail and, you know, refinement, sort of getting everything completely aligned. We'll do sort of a final sketch iteration, and then we'll use that for color passing. I think that'll more or less get us into a good spot. I do really like a lot of the world building that we've sort of incorporated with this, you know, the jar of holding, the schools and specializations depicted in the headdress and the clothing. You know, some idea of like what our characters' personality and what their mannerisms and their day-to-day is like. One thing that is very challenging about doing a kobold versus doing something like dwarf or an elf or a hobbit or, you know, whatever the case may be, you know, doing a humanoid, a very straightforward humanoid, is not having a lot of the facial structure to do something, you know, to have straightforward emotions, right? Like, there's obviously you can do stuff like this. You can have very sort of cartoony aspects. You can exaggerate certain things to get the expressions that you want, but a lot of them are just kind of like, yeah, it's it's just this reptilian crocodile face. Crocodino face. It's really hard to like move elements of that around in a way that evokes emotion in a human sense. Not impossible, obviously. Yes, a lot of the eyes, and maybe that's part of what they do, right? Maybe like as a learned skill culturally, they have sort of picked up on the other people in the city do not understand how we communicate emotion to each other. These are the things that we need to do to make it clear to them what we are thinking or how we are feeling. You know, position of the tail, positioning of the head, you know, strong movement of the eyes and brow, because the little like clicks and nips and sounds that we make, the way that we sort of like clack our teeth or whatever, they don't know what that means. You know, they have integrated, but they've also had to adapt to that. Worlds with multiple races, like completely divergent species from each other, is a very fascinating concept, right? Because humans are used to just having one species to deal with on an equal footing. To have a world, a society where a ton of different people are interacting and each of them have their own complete mode of operation is like Oh boy. Well, like in Mass Effect, the Elcor, right? The big elephant creatures that talk super slowly. And like they just speak, or at least the translator sort of picks up their speech in a completely monotone fashion. True, like different cultures have different mannerisms, but they're all human, right? So the Elcor, when they're talking to other races, have to start their sentence with a declaration of their emotional intent, right? Elated, annoyed, confused, about to lose my shit. So yeah, it's a very interesting concept, and I don't know. I guess I don't really blame Wizards that much. Like, it's fine that they kind of leave it open to the players to have fun with, but I feel like there isn't a lot of consideration. Like, hell, just you have a tavern, right? People come in, they get food, they get a drink, listen to the bard. Like, a quarter of your species have tails. Are all the chairs like built in such a way to accommodate that? What about the halflings? Do you have halfling sized chairs, or do they just have to kind of free climb their way up and figure it out? Do you have booster seats? On the other end, yeah, you got the minotaurs and whatnot. Like, are the doors big enough for them? If they sit down at a normal bar stool, are they just gonna crush it under the weight of their massive bovine dump truck? These are the things you gotta think about when you're doing world building. Do a lot of communication with facial expression and body language. Even we all have the same basic structure, we still must understand a lot. It's true. And like, that's part of why communicating through text is so difficult, right? Because you're missing all of the subtle tells of body language, you're missing facial expression, you're missing vocal expression. You only have the words that are put on the screen, and that is a big part of, I think, why emotes are so popular, right? It's that Elcor thing of, I am going to include a character or a number of characters that packages the emotion that I want to convey alongside the words that I am saying. It's part of why sarcasm is so hard to write, right? Because if you take the words at face value, they mean the things that they say. You don't necessarily have the understanding of, oh, the person means the exact opposite. And then, yeah, what if you have a species that, like, you know, they evolved, they reached a level of sapience, but the concept of sarcasm was just never a thing for them. The idea of duplicity is just completely alien. I don't know. There's a lot of ways you can go with it. A lot of interesting things to consider. World building is very fun and very hard because there is always another rabbit hole. Oops, all rabbit holes. And somehow a turtle got involved. It's a very big turtle. Alrighty, chat. I think with that, though, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up. We're gonna call it a night. It is getting late. So, I'm gonna take us back to the landing page because this is the last time for this year that we're gonna be using the fall background. Come Tuesday, it's gonna be December. We're gonna be switching over to the winter background, which is one of the things that I got done this week. So, I hope everyone had a good November. I hope your Thanksgiving, the subsequent long weekend, has been good for you. Hope you've been getting some rest, eat well. I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you choosing to spend some of your time with me. It's always good to see you. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube on. Everyone say bye-bye to YouTube. And we're gonna go find somebody that we can raid.